start.
You shouldn't say.
Yeah. That's how all the good ones start. Go ahead.
If you've been called a nigga, you can say it. That's the rule. You know?
No.
Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you my story. I was with Sam J last night. She called me in a couple times.
No. But so I used to smoke K2 when I was in Afghanistan.
K2 is synthetic marijuana.
That's bad for you. It's terrible shit.
Uh-huh.
But we couldn't smoke weed because we got to get drug tested, you know? So I would smoke that down Sniper Hill, and I just would like think of.
Wait. Catch us up to what Sniper Hill is.
It's just a road where a lot of people get sniped.
Oh, shit. Damn, I've smoked a lot of weed and done a lot of cool shit afterwards, but I never fucking hung out on Sniper Hill. Woo!
I love that Tony goes, Sniper Hill, what happened there? God forbid I walked down Pussy Alley.
Ew, Pussy Alley, get me out of here. So you smoke K2, you're on Sniper Hill, and then what happens?
No, that's just it. It's just like the thrill.
Oh. I thought you were going to shoot something or something.
I told you I wasn't doing that shit.
All right, jeez. That's not exactly the sound for Sniper Hill. Is a sonar is a water, Red Band. Okay.
Did you grow up because you don't look like technically black.
Yeah, no.
Is that because you just said the N-word? Like, did you grow up saying the N-word?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from the hood. Like, my mom moved from Germany to the hood, and then
you grew up in Germany.
No, my brother and sister did with them. Whenever she came here, we went straight to the hood because her husband at the time.
What hood?
Centralia, Illinois, baby. C-Town.
Wow.
I know ain't nobody here from Centralia.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Oh, we're from Central Illinois. It's just about an hour drive to where you just said. I mean, both of my white parents are still together, and we eat meatloaf 3 days a week together. Yeah, it's basically the hood. I can connect with that. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. So tell us about this hood you grew up in. I'm excited to know more.
It's a small town, so it's only blacks and white. Mm-hmm. You know, we didn't have no Mexicans or Asians. I learned about them once I joined the army.
I know. I had to move to LA to figure out what all those people were. They didn't have them in Youngstown either. Very interesting. So what's the worst crime that you saw growing up?
That I did, or
Let's go. Absolutely.
So we were dumb and shit. Like I was 17 years old going the summer break. And so this dude wanted to buy QP. So I was like, a quarter pound. Sorry. He wanted to buy
Jesus, fucking get the cop out of here. Fucking square. Hey, why don't you go find an 8-ball down Pussy Alley? Fucking shit.
But yeah, so he wanted to buy it. I should have just sold it to him, but my boys were like, "You sell it to him," and then we beat him up and then take his
money.
Screen.
Goddamn right.
We hit tapped him on for a cigarette and then beat him up and took it, and they found the money on us and did a little time.
How much time did you do?
You're really rushing through this story.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
How much time did you do? How long? How much time did you do? How long do you opt up for?
The first time, just a week.
What was the second time?
90 days, because they take you on probation. That's how they get you. And when you're on probation.
No. That's how they get you, my friend. Don't get it twisted. I'd imagine they got you and you're like, come on, I'm half German, I swear. You fucking N-words. So 90 days, what was that like for you? Half German, half black, just in there fucking.
Yeah, but it's a small town, bigger than all that. I'm saying.
It's a small.
It wasn't scary enough like that.
Right. Nothing happened.
Yeah, I can do that time.
Yeah.
You can do 90s. If you're half black and half German, do you 90 days?
So you were in jail for 90 days?
Yeah, so you get sentenced to 90 days, you do like 45.
Okay.
Half of.
Didn't that hurt you with the army or no?
Huh?
That didn't hurt you with the army?
When the war was popping, I would say like.
They took everyone, yeah.
You only served half your sentence? Is that because you're only half black? They're like, well, he's half white. Let's get him out of here. Very interesting.
When a black guy serves half his sentence, is it just shit, man? I don't know. the rest of the sentences are finished. Fuck off. I'm too drunk. Hey, can I get one more cocktail?
Dom Carr, very fun Kiltony debut. Very fun first time ever on stage. Congratulations. I'm going to even give you a big joke book. Here you go, my friend. Dom Carr, everybody. Oh, yeah, you're right. We've not had a female tonight, huh? You guys think we should get a lady up here, huh? We haven't had a female comedian yet tonight. It's not going to be Aaron. It's not going to be Alex. It's not going to be Daniel. Not Weston. Not Matt. Oh, is she here? Oh, the girl that we got confused about. That was Kat Owenby. Is she here? All right. She got called earlier. Some guy named Owen took her spot. This is Kat Owenby, everybody. Here we go. Let's see what happens. We've cleaned up the new system of pulling names out. Kat Owenby, everyone. She's gone? I believe that means she's gone. How about Ivory Jones? Ivory Jones. Michael Gonzalez, Matt Mueling, John Dees, Paul Deemer, and Eli Menezes. We're waiting for Ivory Jones, your only female bucket pool of the night. We are waiting. 189 signups.
Just ponies.
Ivory Jones, for the love of God. We are getting word that they are coming. Ladies and gentlemen, Ivory Jones.
I heard my name several times outside tonight. I swore it was me. It wasn't. Did you actually call Kat Owenby?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. All right. Sorry, I'm nervous. So I'm here to tell you about my sweet, precious baby boy. He's a teenager now and is interested in girls, which means I have to sit down and have talks with him about things like consent and respect and how, sex should be about the spiritual as well as the physical connection and all that other gay shit. Yeah, unfortunately, this is my baby, my sweet boy. His little hand used to fit right here in my palm. And now I have to sit down, look him in the eyes, talking about boobies and wieners. And the second I go to do it, my brain shits its pants, and what comes out of my mouth is, do not stick your dick in anyone you do not want to be financially indebted to for the rest of your life.
Okay, some sage advice from Kat Owenby. All right. Is your name really Kat?
It's Kathleen, but I'm sick of people calling me Catherine, so I just cut the rest of it off.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, I've never seen a cat your age before. Normally, people that look like you own cats, but don't go by the name.
I actually do own a cat.
Thank you very much. And I'm also 10-4. Oh wow, great, perfect. This is great. Check.
No, all the powers.
That's not me.
You just have to.
Were my jokes that hot?
This is what happens when female comedians perform at the mothership.
It was so hot! I lit the building on fire!
Check. 1, 2. Very good. They really followed all the rules that the Austin Fire Department laid out for them here in order to get the coding and everything correct. They bent over backwards. Spoiler alert, there's been a fire alarm pool every night since the club opened. It's been great. Perfect for showbiz.
Can I give you a little bit of technical advice? I was waiting for the things in your jacket to come out. I think when you have those in there.
Yeah, is that an oxygen tank? What's going on?
Dude, I have giant plastic things on my chest and I was confused. Is that your notebook?
That is my notebook.
You gotta get a purse, dude. You gotta head down to Madewell.
Yeah.
Get a backpack, something.
Last time I had a backpack, they wouldn't let me in with it.
Well, so was everyone else confused about what that was?
Yeah.
It was
I was
confusing.
waiting for him to come out, and then the reveal was.
Uh-oh.
Your pockets
My
look
lameness.
very full.
My lameness.
Very full pockets.
No, I just.
Okay, Kat, how long you been doing stand-up comedy? I don't give a fuck what's in your pockets.
I have been doing stand-up comedy for about 95 seconds now.
95
First time.
seconds. Very good. First time. What made you want to start now? What made you want to do this?
Actually, it was because I saw a video of David Lucas calling you 85 kinds of gay in less than 5 minutes.
Right. And then you're like, I can't do that.
I want to learn how to do that. I was like, no, my first instinct
If he can do that, I can't do that.
yeah, that was exactly it.
And then
If
here
you
we
can
are.
make money calling people gay, that's what I want to do with my life.
All right. Well,
Yes, you can. I've done it in the mirror.
what do you do for work now? What Walmart are you a cashier at?
No, yeah, it's worse than Walmart. I figuratively suck dick all day.
Okay. Can you give us just an honest answer of what you actually do?
You're gonna do just fine as a female comedian.
No, literally, I walk people through pairing their phones to their cars through Bluetooth
Oh.
over the phone at home.
Wow. So you're dealing with just fucking morons.
Just sucking dick all day.
Okay.
I actually wish I was literally sucking dick because once the cash is on my side of the dashboard, I can stop talking.
I'm guessing you're probably better at connecting Bluetooth than
I am definitely
sucking dick.
better.
Okay. How long have you been helping people connect their Bluetooths?
Almost 5 years now.
All right. Okay.
What was your toughest case?
Aaron Belial?
No. I brought the notebook for Aaron just in case. No, my toughest case, I had a guy once call me yelling and screaming because his phone wouldn't pair automatically to the car.
We're going back.
Wait.
Hey, can you fix this?
Did you
Unbelievable.
turn it off and back on again?
Yep.
That's the trick. That's all you got to do is turn it off and back on. Don't call me. Just turn it off and back on.
There you go.
Incredible. And you have one kid?
I have 4 kids.
4 kids. What are the ages?
I have a husband, son, and twin daughters.
How old are the twin daughters?
The youngest, they're 8. They just turned 8 in December.
Okay,
And
that's Red Band's favorite age for, okay. No, I'm kidding. Wait, what? Nothing.
Hey, what?
7, not 8.
Nothing. Red Band's like they're twins, so technically they're 16. You know what I mean? All right. Okay, so, Kat, what do you like to do for fun when you're not working and you're not...
I like to torture my kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are your ways of doing that?
Oh, okay. I do all
Tell
kinds
them
of
your
fucked up
jokes?
shit. Yeah,
What
She
else?
steals their notebooks and smuggles them into her hoodies.
exactly. No, I make them do all kinds of fucked up shit, like clean up their own messes and bathe regularly.
Mm.
And yeah,
But do you take like solace in the fact that you're helping? Like imagine somebody who can't use the Bluetooth. What does it feel like when you finally get them connected?
oh, it feels like I can finally stop sucking dick.
You talk about sucking dick a lot.
That's literally the only thing holding my marriage together.
Really?
Wow. Is that you're
true?
doing it to him or he's out doing it to other people?
So,
Somebody's got to make the money. I just walk people through pairing their phones to their cars through Bluetooth. He's supposed to be the provider. If that means sucking dick, then on your knees, baby, on your knees.
Can I give you a tip?
Oh, I want to hear how
My
much
husband
it
gave me
sucks
one earlier, but okay, I'll take another.
No, I think you're awesome. I'm just saying, I'm realizing why when I started stand-up, people thought I was angry. That's better. Do that. Isn't that cuter?
Not really, no.
I like it. Are you going to start doing stand-up now? Do you want to quit your job as doing the Bluetooth thing?
When I get better at it, I will. But
it's never going to happen for you. No matter what you do in a million years, you're so far off. You have such little natural talent that even if you worked harder than everybody, it's really nothing could possibly happen. Look,
by the way, I did just fine, Tony.
That's not true. I started with you. You were funny.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, this is like an anomaly. She should be like reading palms or something like that.
Probably should.
You have the demeanor of someone that could read fortunes, or perhaps I'm
actually confused. So how are you talking to them that they can't figure out their Bluetooth? Are they on their phone going, what do I do? And then you're like, all right, do you know your settings? Go to settings. And then they're like, great. And then you go, turn on your Bluetooth. And then they're like, yeah, I did it. And you're like, you're set.
Almost. No, most of my calls go something like, yes, thank you for calling major automotive American company for help with your Bluetooth. What kind of phone are we going to be pairing today?
The Apple 12.
Oh, Motorola flip phone. Okay. Well,
I see what you're doing now.
Are you parked close enough to your house for your landline to reach your car?
Oh, it's not fucking smart people.
Yeah. It's all people who know how to use the sewing machines with the pedal on the bottom.
Just so you know.
It's all people who type like this. Yeah.
Well, you have to feel good that you are doing the Lord's work.
The Lord hates me.
I bet you could make so much money off them if you just swindled them a little bit. And you're like, I have so much money in my bank account that I can't get out. But if you send me $10,000, they'd be like, okay, you help me with my Bluetooth. I trust you.
That is true.
You gotta try it again though. 90 seconds, one time on stage, you really can't tell. You're probably nervous. You gotta give it a couple more shots before you know if you're
totally. I was just kidding.
I'm hella nervous and also not funny. So
that's not true. I think you're also very extemporaneously great. Like we're being monsters to you.
Yeah.
Holding your own.
Wait, this is monstrous. God, I had a fucked up childhood.
Yeah, we can tell.
Oh, thank God! Thank God, I'm not alone.
You, this is where you come. This is where you belong.
Okay,
no offense, but
I think you should keep raising your kids. What suburb 30 minutes outside of here do you live in exactly?
I don't. I actually live right here in Austin.
In the city?
Mm-hmm.
With the whole family?
Yep.
Okay. What does the husband do for work?
He's a kitchen manager at Aussie's Pizza. Or not Aussie's Pizza. Aussie's Volley Bar. Go bother him.
Okay.
I love that you don't know where your husband works. That's so
No, I just don't know what kind of food he makes. It's the volleyball spot that UT practices at.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Now we know why he hangs out there so much.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen a collegiate volleyball match anytime soon? Fucking, as a dad, I'm still like, I know I'm going to hell, but god damn it. It is ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Fucking.
That job is why my husband does not need Viagra. Thank God. I look like this, he pictures them, and I still get laid. That's just.
Oh, good for you.
I guess so. I guess I'm the only person that hates you and thinks you're unfunny in the room, but I'm just gonna roll with it. Congratulations, Kat. Your first time ever doing stand-up comedy. You're leaving with a little joke, but
congratulations.
Absolutely amazing. Congratulations. There you go. You're getting handshakes from the panel. We got to put an end to that somehow.
You can put that in your pocket.
Absolutely. It's a huge security hazard. Thank you so much, Kat. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you. Jesus Christ. These fucking people. I just want to thank you again. Get the fuck out of here. All right. Should we put a ribbon on this fucking thing or what, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this. The first ever Kill Tony at the Mothership. And that is with the man that has done more sets than anybody ever in the history of the show. We've seen him do absolutely everything. He's an insane person, and he kills all the time. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler. Some people call him the Big Red Machine. This is indeed the one and only William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go. the one and the only. Here he is, folks. And just for the record, I fucking went to kindergarten twice. There is nothing wrong with that. It was called transition. A trans woman was just named International Woman of the Year, only proving it's still a man's world. But seriously, there was a change to the rules last year. Now to be eligible, you have to have a dick. It reminds me of when I asked Redband if he thought women were funny, and he said only if you count trans women. Redband, what did you mean by that? Holy shit, that was so weird. I just read where the TV show Night Court was found guilty of being America's favorite new comedy. Okay, kind of got it. I'm excited to be in the comedy mothership. I was a little worried how Redband would handle the move, so Redband, just know I can be your hero, Redband. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand with you forever. You can take my breath away. Redband, why did you tell me to fucking put my cameo money in the fucking Silicon Valley Bank, you piece of shit? That was all my money, bitch! Okay, that's my time. William Montgomery doing what only a William Montgomery can do. Everybody else trying to fill a minute. William doing 1:40 every single week of brand fucking new stuff. Unbelievable. The Big Red Machine still in full effect. You guys have seen him before. What do you think about it?
Very funny. I love that fucking Night Court joke. That really made
Thank
me
you. Yeah, nobody else laughed.
so
So it was
funny.
nice you to. And I have to say, I'm kind of starstruck right now. I loved you in American History X and Fight Club. That was so cool, Mr. Norton.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Norton, you were really good in those. I love that.
Thank you. I loved you on To Catch a Predator.
Wait. What? What the fuck? Yeah, I was on 2 of those episodes, so
Wow.
that's cool you remember me. It was, thank you. The Big Red Machine meets the Machine. Bert, what do you think about William Montgomery?
I can't say anything. I really enjoy it. It reminds me of a friend we used to have where there's like an unbridled energy, and it's fun to watch. And I'm like fucking, and I love the more confidence you get because the funner it is to watch you have fun on stage.
What happened to your friend? Is he doing good now, or what happened to him?
He hung himself.
Yes.
Go.
So hopefully you'll continue reminding us of him.
You'll be doing it any minute.
Have you ever thought about putting a
Putting a what?
Have you ever thought about putting an end to it all?
When I was drinking and doing a bunch of cocaine, I specifically never had a gun because I probably would have ending up shooting myself with it. So I didn't.
Oh, you are sober. You look better.
Yeah, thank you. I feel a bunch better. I've been on Ozempic. Are you on Ozempic too?
I'm not on Ozempic.
Oh.
Hey, we're all on those.
Why? I'm not.
What do you think we're doing in Austin?
Getting Ozempic.
You look good, man. You look good. Are you a deadhead?
Yeah, I love some Grateful Dead.
Okay, yeah. You look good. I remember when he was more overweight back then.
Oh, he was a bloated pig. It was unbelievable.
That's what quitting drinking looks like, Bert.
Yeah. It's,
Who are you talking to? Black Kettle? The fuck? Look at Redband and I talking about weight loss advice to each other.
nothing better than
Like
getting
Paula Dean talking to the Grand Wizard of the KKK.
preaching about getting healthy while being shaped like a snowman. That's incredible. Yeah, absolutely.
You are very fucking funny and you're fun to watch. You're really fun to watch.
Well, thank you.
Your energy is great. Everything. Your instincts are awesome. I don't know.
Yep. You're
Shit
spot.
on you, but I like it.
It's like
Nope.
aggressive. It's weird. You're like carrot bottom.
Oh shit.
I just totally fucking zoned y'all out right there. What did y'all say? I literally was zoning you. So you're really not on Ozempic? I started taking Ozempic because of your fucking ass. Are you really not on it?
I'm on metformin sometimes, but no. I take metformin. By the way, Austin is more LA than LA at this point. The comics are talking about fucking Ozempic. Are you really on it?
Yes.
Is that why you winked at me earlier?
No, it's because didn't you have Lyme's disease? I also have Lyme's disease, and I thought I had read you had Lyme's disease or something.
No, you have cerebral palsy.
I love that he thinks you guys have so much in common.
Yeah, wait, I thought you had Lyme's disease. I was so excited for you to be here tonight. I thought you were on Ozempic. I thought you had Lyme's disease. Do you like strawberry ice cream?
Dude,
I've been eating a bunch of...
You gotta get off Reddit, dude. You guys have just... Where did you hear all that?
Wait, get off Reddit? I'm never fucking gonna get off Reddit. I swear to God, I fucking live on fucking Reddit.
You love Reddit?
Yeah, I'm never getting off of Reddit! I swear to God, nobody's ever gonna get me off of Reddit! If you really think you can stop me!
Are you ever gonna stop going on Reddit?
I'm never gonna stop. And I fucking found this dumbass one time. I was looking on Reddit, like, fuck, I've never said this story, but fucking like a year ago, I saw some guy that was wishing me death threats. I don't really get on it often, but I found this dumbass piece of shit. And I fucking ended up looking at his comments, and I was able to pinpoint he was from somewhere in Ohio, and I was able to find his fucking name and address and phone number. And I discovered his stupid mom had recently died. So I sent him some message where I called him by his first name and said, "Hey, how's your mom doing? So-and-so." And then he just deleted all his shit. But that's what he fucking got for wishing.
Wow.
And I still have your address, dumbass. I'm still gonna fucking kill you one night, you bitch. I swear to God, I still have your address, dumbass. So,
Are you ever gonna stop stalking?
I'm never gonna stop stalking this dumbass.
Why do I feel like when you fuck women, you make them look you in the eye the whole time?
Because you're right, bitch. I'm never gonna stop making eye contact.
Him during sex is just, look at me. You're that guy. Or why do I feel like you hold the girl by the face?
God, you have to stop. You have really taken this to a place it shouldn't have gone. Why would you be saying that shit to me up here, right? Why would you be exposing me in front of all these fucking people?
You've always owned it. You've always owned it. Are you ever gonna stop owning it?
No, I'm never gonna stop fucking looking in girls' eyes when I'm ejaculating inside. Fucking watching Night Court. I cannot believe that Night Court joke didn't get more love.
Yes. The classic sitcom from I believe the late 80s.
Yes, late 80s.
Wow.
Okay, it backfired on me. I'll go back to the drawing boards and...
No, don't leave.
Is there anything else interesting that happened this week? Let's catch up with the personal life of William Montgomery.
Well, I've been saving a whole bunch of time, Tony. I realized I can brush my teeth and TT at the same time, and it's saving me like a minute out of every single day.
Are you sitting down while you're doing this?
No, I'm standing up, but my TT stream goes all over the place, so I have to get better at it. But yeah, man, I've been saving like a minute out of every single day, brushing my teeth and peeing at the same time. If anybody needs a life hack, it's a pretty good. I get like an extra minute out of every fucking day, and Tony, those minutes add up.
You do that because you like to do that? You like love doing that or something?
I just have a really shy bladder. A lot of the times I go in bathrooms and pretend like I'm peeing and don't pee and still flush the toilet and then walk back in the bathroom like 10 minutes later. But Tony, I think this really is... It's really helping my shy bladder. It's really helping me loosen up down there. It's really, so if anybody needs a life hack, yeah, it takes, you get like an extra minute. And that's 7 minutes a week for just extra stuff you can do. So I really have been doing this, Tony. This past week, I've been working on it.
What are you doing with the extra time that you have now that you've saved on a daily basis from both peeing and brushing your teeth at the same time? Like, have you started new hobbies or anything like that?
Those things. Remember those puzzles where it's a bunch of letters in like a square, and then you find the words inside of the letters? I've been doing those a whole lot. Of word search, is that what that's called?
Yeah,
a lot of word search. Mr. Norton, do you ever do the word searches?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
William's still convinced that Edward Norton is on the panel tonight.
Yeah. You were insane in American History X. You were nuts in that.
Thank you very much.
I thought you were going to look a little different, but...
No. I meant every word of it.
It's not that fucking funny, dude. Holy shit.
William, how does it feel performing in front of one of your favorite actors here tonight?
It's really exciting. I mean, after I heard you weren't picked for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the main thing, I was thinking that was going to be a downward spiral in the career, but you really saved it with, I think you were the voice in Up.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah. That really was a big rebound, and I really, truly appreciate it. That is a sad fucking movie. The first 10 minutes, holy shit.
But
how did you compose yourself?
You're in luck, though, because I am casting a new film, Louis C.K. The Homeless Years.
Oh, look at the wheels turning over here. Oh, my God. Oh, look at this.
I mean, I'm just trying to have fucking fun tonight, and my favorite fucking actor is busting my balls up here.
William Montgomery. What else, William? Anything else new other than word searches?
Word searches, a lot of mustard and mayonnaise on my sandwiches.
Wait a second. Hold on a second, because you said that a specific way just then. You didn't say mustard and mayo. I've been using a lot of mustard and mayo on my sandwiches. There was a real slang there. Can you explain why you said it?
I've just been eating a bunch of mustard and mayonnaise sandwiches.
Wait. What? Have you
mustard and mayonnaise sandwiches?
Wait a second.
Been eating a bunch of mustard and mayonnaise sandwiches.
Wait, did you go to prison this week?
Some mayonnaise and mustard sandwiches.
Who have you been hanging out with while eating mustard and mayo sandwiches? Because it seems like...
I mean, my mom alive. She's back in town. Mayonnaise and mustard.
Is there anything else on the sandwiches that you're eating other than mustard?
It's just fucking mayonnaise and mustard, Tony. I literally lost all my fucking money in the fucking Silicon Valley Bay. Redman really told me to put my money there.
So you get 2 slices of bread, and you get mustard and mayo out, and you put mustard and mayo in between the bread, and then you just eat it?
Both sides. Man, I spread that shit on both sides. Tony, you know I spread that shit on both sides. Mayonnaise and mustard on both sides. That's stupid. Man, I eat that shit with both sides. That's just a regular sandwich. If you eat the sandwich with both sides,
is this new thing you're doing, the mustard and mayo sandwiches? Are you planning on ending that anytime soon? Or are you going to keep doing that?
I'm taking it to the Orpheum, baby.
Wait, what was that? You're taking it to the what?
The Orpheum is just some theater. I have to get a new job. I'm working at the fucking Orpheum after everything tanked this past week. It's been so bad.
You lost all your
fucking
money.
Business advice. Yeah, it's bullshit. Everything tanked. Wow. Put my 401k in that fucking thing. Everything's fucking gone. Wow.
What did you put in it?
401k. Oh yeah, I put my 401k in with the NASDAQ. What? I don't even know what NASDAQ means. just said somebody's name. Richard Nasdaq? Who's Nasdaq? I don't know.
William, you are an unstoppable force. I mean, every single week you come out, you have a longer interview than anybody. We keep you up here. You stretch it out. You fucking find a way to continue to improvise and be silly. Jim, any closing words for William?
Very funny, very enjoyable, really unique, just great. Loved you.
Bert?
Thank you. Oh.
Shut the fuck up, pussy!
Yeah. Yeah. Save it for the YouTube comments, faggot. Bird, any closing words for William? He's an absolute superstar, selling out all over, featuring for everybody. Me, Duncan, Segura, Joe. He's killing it. He moved to Austin, took a fucking chance, thriving.
So fucking funny. I love it, man. I'm so lucky that I get to laugh like that. That was fun as shit.
Goddamn right. The great Whitney Cummings. Any final words?
I can't get enough of you.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I mean, if you stayed at your house, you could.
Yeah, I swear I would look you right in your fucking eyes.
William, when you go to LA, maybe you should fucking hang out at Whitney's house. Whitney, what do you think?
It would be a pleasure to be strangled by you to death.
Thank you so much, and I can bring the Ozempic.
Thank you so much.
William motherfucking Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen, and like that, we did it. We did it. Razzle Dazzle comes out tonight at midnight on Netflix. The new Bert Kreischer special. What is this, number 4 or 5?
5.
Number 5 for Bert Kreischer. Memorial Day. The Machine comes out. This motherfucker has a fucking movie, people. Unprecedented in the comedy world to have your own movie, especially as a white guy. So that's like extra crazy.
Here's the deal. Should I not have said that? Go to themachine.movie, pre-order your tickets. We're doing a live in-theater event, and that'll stream directly into the theaters. Thank you guys for your support.
How loud can this place get for the great and powerful Jim Norton, everybody, huh? My God.
Thanks, Tony.
Whitney really helped me book tonight's episode, and when I realized we were having Jim and Bert and Whitney, I'm like, what a great way to start this Austin mothership Kill Tony thing with one of the best from New York, 2 of my favorites from LA, and fucking unbelievable energy. I knew it was going to be fun. We got through it together.
And
Whitney.
There's more coming because April 1st
That's
on
right.
OnlyFans TV. Not OnlyFans TV, it's free. We're roasting Bert Kreischer. Remember the Comedy Central roasts? We're bringing them back. We're roasting Bert Kreischer. Tony's on it. He fucking destroys.
And
Jim
this
Norton's on it.
And this comes out 4 days before that. Live audience, thank you guys so much for coming out. I mean, what an epic time to start this new partnership. This show ran out of the Comedy Store for 8 years. The first and only live podcast to come out of there. And we have a bunch of crazy shit that we're doing in the very near future. So I'm very, very excited. Thank you guys so much. Good night, everybody. We love you. Thank you. The drawing. Oh, wait. We have a couple more things. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. That shows right now on the podcast. And we have a drawing from live local artist Chris Rogers, who drew William Montgomery tonight, right up there while you all watch tonight's episode. Yeah. The great William Montgomery. I do believe he might be auctioning that off after this episode, so try to get your orders in. How about one more time for the best band in the land, the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band? John Dees, Paul Deemer, Eli Menezes, Matt Mueling, and Michael Gonzalez, everybody. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Love you.
When I have seen this previously, usually it is taken to a lab and tested to see if lasers were made or exactly how these shapes were made.
Gonzalez on drums, y'all. You ready, Brian? Hey, y'all make some little spread in the room.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Fucking son of a bitch. Who's ready for the best goddamn night of your lives tonight, huh? Yippee! Make some noise for Brian Redband, everybody.
Hey,
Look, it's
everybody.
him. It's really him, live in the flesh.
It's me!
This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Deep Eddy Vodka, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. How about a hand for the best damn band in the land, everybody? That's the great Paul Deemer on the horns. Taking a phone call real quick. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. The great John Dees right here on the keys. Eli Menezes on the bass guitar. And that's the golden boy himself, Matt Mueling, on the electric guitar. We are going to have fun tonight. A very exciting show ahead of us. Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hey, y'all, you know, we all try to stand out in different ways. We all have different styles. You know, I'm a little bit roasty. Sometimes I like helping people, but I'm a pretty edgy, dark guy. Redband's a silly goof, talks about silly stuff. We're all different. It's tough to stand out, especially if you're a business owner and you want to attract the most talented people to hire on your team. But ZipRecruiter makes it easy. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Redband.
ZipRecruiter's technology sends you great candidates for your job, and you can send a private invite to your top choices. ZipRecruiter also makes it easy for candidates to apply to your job. Instead of filling out lengthy applications, they can apply with just one click. To help your job catch the eye of great candidates, ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels like remote, training provided, and urgent, and more.
So get your job noticed by the best and brightest candidates with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Power up for springtime with Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit. Get nutritious, chef-prepared meals delivered straight to your door, leaving you time and energy to tackle everything on your to-do list. Look and feel your best in time for warmer weather with calorie-smart meals around 550 calories or less. Too busy to cook? With Factor, skip the trip to the grocery store and skip the chopping, prepping, and cleaning up too. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes. All you have to do is heat and enjoy. I know who likes to heat and enjoy and not have to worry about cleaning up. A Redband?
I've actually lost 16 pounds in the last 2 months because I subscribe to Factor. It's delicious. They have flavor-packed meals to help you live life to the fullest. Choose from keto, vegan, veggie, calorie smart, and protein plus options on the menu each week. prepared by chefs approved by dietitians, and each meal has all of the ingredients you need to feel satisfied all day long. Want to cut back on takeout? Get Factor instead. Not only is Factor cheaper than takeout, but meals are ready faster than restaurant delivery. In just 2 minutes, put the time and money you save towards planning activities for when the weather warms up.
And it is getting hot here in Texas. So you should head to factormeals.com/KillTony50 and use the code KillTony50 to get 50% off your first box. That's code KillTony50 at factormeals.com/KillTony50 to get 50% off your first box. Hey, y'all, you know, even though I have a bunch of cool hookups and agents and friends that could try to help me get tickets to things, sometimes all of those things fall through, and I'm stuck last minute hunting down perhaps an Ohio State ticket or a UFC ticket or a cool music concert in town. Buying tickets to your favorite events shouldn't be stressful. Game Time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, and theater near you. With killer deals on last-minute tickets and the best price guarantee, you can stop stressing over the tickets and start getting hyped for the fun you'll have. I'll tell you what I love about the Game Time app. It's the flash deals and last-minute tickets, the easy-to-find and buy tickets for every kind of event in your area, images of seat views, lowest price guarantee, event cancellation protection, job loss protection, and much more. Forget planning months in advance. Game Time has deals on tickets right up to the day of the event. Red Band.
It's the fastest growing app for ticketing in the country. For a reason. You can get images of the seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. Buy tickets in a matter of seconds. 2 taps and you're set. Tickets are sent directly to your phone, so you never have to dig through your email.
Snag the tickets without the stress with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KillTony for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code KillTony for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Hey y'all, if you're tired of harsh smoke, coughing attacks, and chugging water after every rip, it's time to upgrade to an icy, delicious freeze pipe. Freeze Pipe's unique line of freezable glass pieces remove chest and throat burn by cooling smoke by over 300 degrees. Freeze Pipe's bubblers and hand pipes are twice as smooth and half the price of those other guys' bongs. Red Band.
The secret is the freezable glycerin chamber, the cone on every piece. Just pop it in the freezer for 1 hour and smoke passes through it, so it's cooled for an easy on the lungs toke. The hype is real. With a 4.4 star rating and over 1,100 reviews, Freeze Pipe has been trusted by thousands of Americans for over 5 years.
So, for a premium smoking experience at everyday great prices and free shipping, visit thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off your entire order. That's freezepipe.com and the code TONY for 10% off. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a special treat. Last week we had 3 crazy-ass guests all fucking talking over one another. We had the fucking band on the other side of the room. We're all fucking united together at once. We're all finally in full effect. We've made the tweaks, and now it's time to have one of our favorite guests in the history of the show, one of my favorite human beings to work with on all of planet Earth. Your guest tonight, Shane Gillis, everybody. Let's go. Let's fucking go. The man, the myth, the bull, Shane motherfucking Gillis. My dear, dear brother. My big, beautiful brother. How are you, Shane?
I'm all right. Oh, nice.
There's a bucket of Bud Lights.
Nice.
And like that, the party has begun.
Yeah.
Shane's been here all week. We've been fucking goofing around, doing shows continuously, getting fucked up at night. We've been having fun.
It's been a good week, dude.
We're about to have a ton of fun. You've been on this show before. You know how it works.
Yes.
There are literally hundreds of people in the back alleyway of this venue right now. Literally over 200 people all waiting. There's a person with a megaphone at the back door that hears me pull a name out. They go out the door, and everybody cheers, and that person starts running to the door. They come up a stairway and through this curtain, and they get an uninterrupted 60 seconds of stand-up comedy. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which just interrupts them, and then because it's loud and aggressive. And then I interview them afterwards. We find out more about them. Our esteemed, of course, hilarious guest Shane Gillis is joining in on the chaos tonight. It's always completely improvised. Nothing is planned. Everything is fucking random. Sometimes they're going to be nice. Sometimes they're going to be mean. It's the flow of the show. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Well, instead of going to this bucket, we're going to make the peasants in the alley wait a little bit longer because we're going to get the show started with a regular. This guy, really, we've seen it all from him. He started off living in his van, no gigs, nothing but open mics, out there struggling. No one knew who he was. Now he sells out all around the world anytime he wants. He wears a Rolex. He has scooters, cars, vans, multiple apartments. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim.
Hey, it's great to be here at the Comedy Mothership, the capital of stand-up comedy, right here on 6th Street, where you can see homeless people playing music by scratching scabs on their face. And child prostitutes are yelling the N-word at each other. Feel sorry for those losers in LA and New York. Too busy being like, how will I know if I'm successful if the NBC Peacock isn't molesting me? Their holes are perfectly sized for corporate cock. Yep, killing it here in Texas. I'm an Asian in Texas. I don't give a fuck about the LGBT. The only LGBT I care about is the Bluetooth on my LG TV. I'm having sex with this woman who has an IUD and she stopped getting her period. Thank you. It's amazing. It's like fucking a dude. I don't even have to worry about the moon anymore. It's like, oh, it's a wax and gibbous. I got 3 more days. All right, that's my time. Thank you.
All right. Hans Kim with a full minute of stand-up comedy. How do you feel, Hans?
I feel amazing. This is a 2 a week. This is kind of a lot for me, but you know, I'm happy to be here and not in the alley.
Right. Of course, you're talking about the fact that we are doing a special taping here. There's another one tomorrow night, so you have to write 2 minutes this week. And we know that you have a new girlfriend who's been distracting you a lot from the actual art form of writing and performing. You are not used to having a white girl giving you pussy anytime that you want.
He brought her, she was in the green room this week, and I don't like it. I don't, she's pretty attractive, and I don't like it.
I'm sorry, Shane.
I was mad when I saw it.
Yeah.
He has a fucking Rolex and a hot white girlfriend. I was here a month ago, and it wasn't going this well. It's starting to fucking bother me.
It is true. Hans made his way into the green room one of these nights. I specifically remember because he was wearing a weird brown Indiana Jones cowboy hat. And I said, how do you look like both of the heroes from Indiana Jones at the same time? And he was moving around. He didn't sit down, and he kept taking his hands in and out of his pockets. And I said, Hans, what the fuck are you on? And you said,
2 bumps of cocaine.
So let's talk about this.
Yeah, that did actually help. I liked you more. You wear that Rolex around town?
Yeah.
Ooh. You're a target, bro. Anyway,
Yeah. So how often are you doing little bumps of cocaine?
As often as my girlfriend makes me.
Oh, so you're getting it from her.
Yeah, she's a bad influence.
Oh boy, now the plot thickens. This is interesting. I didn't know this about this girl. Has this been like this the whole time?
Yeah, she's really big into whippets.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay.
Sounds like a keeper.
How often is she doing these type of illicit drugs?
Every day.
Every day? She does cocaine every day?
She's on ketamine right now.
Wow.
She's the fucking wolf of 6th Street? Come on, guys.
Yeah. Let's go. So Give us some examples of how her drug use has affected your life. Like, give us some, like, you know, have you ever ended up in a shady situation because of her? What's it been, like a month or two you've been with her?
Yeah, we just usually sit on her couch and she does whippets, and then she's like, and then like I try to like rub her feet or something. But mostly she's been really passing out a lot.
Yeah.
How old is she?
She's legal.
Oh my God. What kind of answer is that, Hans? What does that mean? How old is she?
She's 24.
Oh, okay. All right.
Whippets, though. I mean, that's like a high school thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's...
Red Man wants to know what you're doing with all the unused whipped cream part. What a waste, am I right? Just using all the gas, none of the ass. You know what I'm saying?
Cracker.
What?
Who said cracker?
Yeah.
You said that?
Yeah.
All right.
To me?
Yeah.
You're calling me a cracker?
Well, that's what you use to make whippets.
Oh, you know that shit.
Yeah.
You've also
I used to
dated
do it in high school.
whores. Okay, we got both of our jokes in. That was great. At the same time, it was like twice the power of both jokes. Okay, Hans. So let's talk about it. Are you happy in this relationship?
I'm very happy. She's a very happy girl. Sometimes I catch her singing. That's just going on inside her head constantly.
Holy shit. And why do you think she likes fucking you?
I got a good jawline. I'm pretty skinny. I'm like fun to be around sometimes. I try to make her be happy. You know, sometimes I'm like sad, but sometimes I'm not. So maybe she likes it when I'm not sad. I honestly don't know.
Yo, is this actually how you talk? Is this a character or is this for real?
Yeah, no, he's like this all
Sometimes
the time.
I'm sad, sometimes I'm not.
Yeah.
Is this a Drake song?
Is the IUD thing real?
Yeah, she doesn't get periods.
So how long's that been for?
Her whole time she's known me.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Are you just dumping your fucking...
Loads and loads.
Wow. Yeah. Incredible. Incredible. You never pull out at all.
I used to, but then I was like, why?
Right. Now you like it.
Yeah. It feels better. It's like if your penis is just coming without anything touching it, it's just like, it hurts.
What? You really are something else, Hans. You are a giant 11-year-old boy. It is incredible.
Are you concerned at all about her doing this much drugs, though, and whippets? Have you talked to her about it at all?
No, I think she's doing a great job. She's really having a lot of fun. And
that's what it's all about. What does she do for work?
She's in supply chain management.
Does she contribute to anything that you guys do? Does she ever pick up the tab or anything like that?
She's independently wealthy.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Wait, she's supply chain?
Yeah.
Where's she work? Norfolk Southern?
Come
on, guys.
Hans, Kim.
Remember that? Remember what happened?
Hans, you got the show started again. Congratulations. You're the man. Thank you so much. Hans Kim, everybody. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. And now my hand goes into the bucket. The brand new process of a megaphone and a dirty alleyway. In this, a multi-million-dollar state-of-the-art facility. 200 plus people wait in the alley. Your first comedian out of the bucket. We're going to meet them all together. Goes by the name of Frank Ramos. Frank Ramos is going to be first. How exciting. Could be somebody from the audience. How many of you signed up out there by round of applause? Only a few. A few fearless souls out there. We are listening to the music from the inside of Hans's girlfriend's head right now. Frank Ramos. Thumbs up. That means he's coming. It's a little bit of a hike. That was Hans.
Can you imagine passing out from a whippet and then waking up and Hans Kim is mounting you or licking your feet?
Here he is, everybody, Frank Ramos!
So I just moved to Austin about like 2 years ago, where there's this pandemic that happened, and I'm trying to figure out how to do dating here in Austin. The only problem is I tried Tinder and I was like, I think this fucking shit's broken. I keep swiping, nothing happens. So I tried this other dating app, and I was like, I put my profile in, I put where I work, all this fucking awesome shit, and then I was like, hey Frank, how's it going? I have an opportunity for you. My name is Stacy, and I'm a recruiter. I was like, oh my God, this is fucking amazing. So that's actually how I'm doing dating now. I'm going on coffee dates with recruiters. Only way I get laid here. All I have.
That's it, huh? 42 seconds of thunder and lightning from Frank Ramos. Wow. Just coming up, talking about your dating life. Incredible. Have you tried Grindr yet?
That might work.
Huh?
That might work. I don't know.
Well, what are you into? What kind of girl are you looking for, Frank Ramos? You have a little bit of a twang to you. Shane, what do you think about this guy?
What kind of don't make me be homophobic. Don't give me an alley-oop. No, I don't think you're gay. Unless you want to be.
Not gay. Not gay at all.
Unless you want to be, which
it's fine. I'm only white presenting. I'm not actually.
You only what?
White presenting.
White?
No, I said gay.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, what a specimen you are, Frank. How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
About a minute and 42 seconds. Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. There you go. Very good. That's an old reference to an old thing that we don't really do anymore anyway. Frank Ramos. So this is your first time doing stand-up.
Yes.
Explain to us what made you want to do this. How old are you?
I am 41.
41. And you're starting today because?
I've been watching Joe and you guys for a really long time, and I was like, why not throw my hat in the ring?
Yeah.
Really long time.
Why not me?
Yeah.
You wanna know why?
What do you do for work, Frank Ramos?
Software engineer.
Software engineer, absolutely. And how long have you lived in Austin?
2 years.
Okay, where were you before that?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, California. Why'd you leave Los Angeles? During the pandemic?
Way too expensive, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I made it more expensive here. I just switched everything over.
Okay. What do you like to do for fun? What are some hobbies? What do you have on your dating profile?
Drone. I like drone racing, actually. It's really fun.
Oh,
yeah. Hey.
How about that, babes?
I'm an FAA certified pilot.
Wow. Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, actually, I did some films.
Fuck me, right?
Yeah.
In that case.
So you do the small first-person ones, the small drones? Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's fun.
Very, very cool. What else, other than drones, what else is on your dating profile? Clearly not long hikes along the beach.
You know what? It's nice to see a brown guy on the other end of one of those fucking drones. It's a nice, pleasant surprise.
Oh my God.
Another thing I do, it's I'm trying to do a startup, so just working in the Web3 space, all that fun stuff.
What's your startup idea?
Called Movieplex. So basically, it's
It's fucking Netflix.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like an uncensored Netflix.
Okay. How's that going?
It's going well. Yeah, we just raised some money for it, so
you have investors and stuff.
Yep.
And you go and you pitch to them, and you're like, so here's what it's gonna be.
Check it out.
We have this idea. It's like Netflix, but uncensored, and there's cocks everywhere. Hey, look at that. You got a little trademark. Did you guys see that? Look at you. Look who made a funny up here accidentally real quick. Not even thinking about it.
Frank.
He's so happy. It feels good, right? It's really nice, right?
You do. You look genuinely happy right now. You're not?
I am.
Yeah, okay. You are. All right. Okay, so Frank, let's talk about this. You talked about dating for 41 seconds straight. What was your last date like?
Yeah, so like I said, in Austin, everyone here is a little bit different than LA. So most people my age are like married multiple times, have kids.
Right, they're straight.
It's just way different vibe. I'm not used to that in LA.
Right. So the last date that you went on, like, where do you go? Give us an example of how a Frank Ramos, fucking rolls.
It's usually just like coffee dates just to see if they're not catfishing first. And then after that, it's just like dates and see
But
what
do you think they think? What is your profile? What is your profile?
Mine is really honest. Like, they already know what they're getting. But you never know. I never know what I'm getting. So.
Okay. Do you get catfished a lot?
I think half the people on Tinder are catfish. Like, so I don't think.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the bots and all this bullshit. Now with this chat GPT bullshit, we're all fucked.
Wow. Okay. I don't
break into a Def Jam set. This chat GPT bullshit. Yeah, there you go. Fired up.
What's your best date in Austin? Your most successful, most pleasing, pleasurable date been like? You have a one-night stand with any of these fucking bots or anything?
No, they're all fucking terrible. Like I said, the second.
Give us an example of how you've blown it during a date.
Okay, I blew it because I said I don't date women that have kids, and that's just not. I should have said it a lot better, I guess.
Yeah, like after you came is when you should have said that.
I have to go to the bathroom
It's
first.
not really saying it differently. It's when you say it. It's like, by the way, peace. I don't like kids. Thank you. Here's the towel. It's really a timing thing, Frank.
So you think it's harder to date out here than it is in LA?
It absolutely is. Yeah.
Really? That's crazy. That is wild.
Yeah.
That is unheard of. I've never heard of such a thing. That is incredible. Have you tried meeting people in real life?
So I'm here, ladies. Like, what's up? Like, that's what I'm here.
Is there a lady?
Is there ladies?
Raise your hand out there if you're a single lady that's willing to go on a date this week with Frank Ramos. Anybody out there?
Let's do it. See, it's hard out here.
Boom, boom, doo, doo, doo.
Yeah.
Is that a real one? Why don't you come up here, lady? Come on up here. Let's see what we're dealing with here. She's got the balls to raise her hand. Let's see what goes on here. This is Kill Tony. Anything can happen. She almost tripped. She almost got a real Spotify deal after falling at the mothership. Here she is, everybody. Wow, look at this. What a gentleman. Step on up to that microphone, sweetheart. What's your name?
My name is Mary.
Hi, Mary. Oh, my God. You're so charismatic. You're much better looking than I thought you would be.
Thank you.
Coming from the back, willing to go on a date with Frank Ramos. Well, let me...
Seems like a real sweet guy, though, right?
Yeah. And you have a startup.
Andy has a startup. She's interested in this startup. Very, very good.
Yeah, Frank. No. We're at the goddamn 1 yard line, Frank. Just fucking play it cool.
He's about to take her back to his place for whippets. So you're close with Frank. You're right next to him. He's a good-looking guy. He's got a startup. Don't ever do that with your head again, Frank. That was literally the gayest thing you've done since you got on stage, which says a lot because at one point you went like this. Incredible. So, did you say Mary? Mary, did you sign up tonight?
No.
So you just came with some friends. Have you seen the show before?
I've never seen the show.
This is amazing.
Me and my friend waited in line and we got in because I said we were a group of four, and here we are.
I love it. You paid for tickets, right? Goddamn right. Okay, perfect. Scared me there for a second. I thought I was gonna have we were gonna have our first fire door guy here tonight. That was close. Well, Mary, I'm gonna tell you something. We've been doing this show for almost 10 years, and there's a lot of magic that happens on this show. Sometimes it's somebody's first time and it goes good. Sometimes, somebody got their U.S. citizenship here a few weeks ago. One thing that we also have been famous for doing in the last 10 years is having magical moments happen. And I was wondering if maybe to close out his time on the stage, if you'd be willing to give Frank Ramos a real Austin, Texas kiss. She thinks you're gay too, faggot. Make some noise for Mary, everybody. What a good sport. I'm gonna buy Mary a drink.
That was pretty good.
Wait. So she doesn't want to go on a date with him? I thought the whole thing was like he can go on a date with her.
I don't know. She took off running.
I know she did.
She got out of here. I think she smelled cum on his breath and fucking started jetting. Frank, you got pulled out of the bucket first tonight. It takes a lot of balls to do that, and we know you love balls. You had your first time on stage. You rolled with the punches. You're actually, you have a very good on-stage presence. You're ridiculously likable, and if you write and you do this more often, who knows what the fucking happened. Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes, Frank Ramos. Here's a little joke book. Take a little joke book with you. That's from the great Boneseye. Real Kill Tony little joke books. Real Texas leather. Check out Boneseye on Instagram. Bonezeye. Alex Olinger is next. Or Olinger, perhaps. You guys still having fun out there? A fun fact for you while we're waiting for Alex. These little joke books say Kill Tony on the front and You Suck on the back.
Or it has a bomb on it if they bomb really bad.
And the big ones are just cool. Alex Olinger is next. And here we go. Alex Olinger, hopefully any second, for the love of fucking God. It's a new venue. We're working out some of the kinks as we go. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on the show? All right, here he is, everybody. Alex Olinger.
What a great thing to hear right when I walk in. How many of you like when people do bad? Yeah! This is what we're here for. Fuck, I saw a hat the other day that said, "Make America Gay Again." I don't think, America was never gay, was it? Not enough to be gay again. I mean, that's like really gay and then it stopped. I just like the idea of like the gay founding fathers. Just sit in the back like, Quincy. Quincy. Yes, Benjamin? I have a question. Do these slaves make me look fat? I think this is a targeted ad. Has anybody seen these shoes that like add like 2.5 inches to men's height to get them pussy? Dude, who's 5'4" like me and then gets to 5'6" and is like, I can fuck her now. I think I got it. Hey. Oh.
Alex Olinger. A great set.
Thank you.
You've been on this show before. I remember you.
Yeah, like 2 times.
2 times. It always goes good for you, doesn't it?
It's been pretty fun.
Is that your favorite set so far?
Yeah, it was.
Indeed.
Because I was out in the alley and then I didn't know what was going on, so I just had to do the material. And that was fun, kind of.
Yeah.
I was not expecting Shane Gillis.
Well,
you know what I mean? And like, that was kind of cool too.
I guarantee you he wasn't expecting you, Alex Olinger.
You got a little Rogan in you.
Oh, god damn it.
You look exact, doesn't he?
Dude,
He
the
does.
fucking Reddit comments have been saying that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta get skinny or
Except
something.
Rogan wears jackets that fit him properly. I don't know what that is. Did someone shrink you earlier?
Yeah.
What is going on? Were you-
It's like someone put a curse on Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, are you in there? Joe.
I was left out in the sun too long. And Yep.
Alex, what do you do for work?
I work construction.
What?
Yeah, I've been doing like.
Are you
doesn't look like it.
You're
Does
like
it?
one of the little.
What, fucking Legos?
All right. Okay.
Incredible.
No, we're good. We're done. It's cool.
They have people.
Thank you, Shane, for that. That's what I needed tonight.
All right, my bad.
People are gonna see this.
My bad.
My dad's gonna see me later and be like, "Fucking Legos, dude."
But it is something like that, isn't it? Like tiny homes or something that you do? Like what?
Oh, fuck, dude.
Red Band.
What the?
There we
God
go.
damn it, dude.
What exactly do you do in construction? You work in like the-
We make custom shit for people's
You
houses,
guys
like rich
make
people.
cookies in trees.
Dude,
I don't know how that's.
Can you let me have a minute?
construction. All right,
Can you let me have 30
My
seconds?
bad.
Try my best.
So what
Make
exactly?
me nervous.
What is it? What is it exactly that you do? It's at the North Pole.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out here. You make toys for little kids. That's what you're constructing. Is that?
I
What
make
is it?
a lot of shoes for the orphans. I may
No. What exactly do you do?
fuck.
There must be. I see a lot of construction. Everybody like specializes in something. There must be like. Are you the guy?
No, it's like rich people who are moving to Austin ask us to make things for their houses.
Like what?
Like, oh, dude, this one guy is making a sex dungeon. We get to make that.
Wow.
No, I'm serious. Look at that.
I thought Tim was. I was leaving.
So-
Gay sex.
So what are you putting in this sex dungeon? Can you describe your method of approach here?
There's some rings, like metal rings in chains.
Oh my goodness.
For the dude to be like this, I think.
And
In the whole stairway down is brass. Everything is brass going down there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot of brass. And you can grab these rings at your height?
I think if I jumped or like got a running start, I could be up there like a gymnast while someone fucks me in my little ass.
How tall are you exactly for the podcast listeners?
5.
Yeah.
5. Hold on.
I hear you, bro.
Hold on. You gotta give him a good number, you know.
What did you
5'5".
5'5". Okay, but how about with the insoles taken out of the shoes?
A hot 5'1".
You have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
How tall is she? 6'4".
That'd be fucking sick, wouldn't it?
I bet.
If I was fucking a 6'4" girl, none of you would be laughing right now.
Yeah.
You'd see
No,
I'd be like, oh my God,
no.
dude.
We would be because I'd be doing jokes about how you can't 69 with her. She's sucking your dick and you're just tossing her belly button salad. The old iceberg wedge, you know what I mean? The old fucking.
Yeah.
All right.
Toes in her pussy.
How tall is your girlfriend?
She's about like 5'1".
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I got a shorter one.
So it makes you feel normal.
Now when
It
Gandalf
does. It makes me
stops
look
by,
good.
you guys blew it.
What was that?
I was gonna say he lived in the Shire because they're both tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a beautiful home. It's a wooden door in the side of a hill.
Yeah.
Every night, dude, wizards and people come over and we go on adventures to find the ring.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I think, all right, we gotta stop with this. He had a really good set.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. It was incredible. Tell us how comedy's been going for you, Alex.
It's actually been going better than it has previously.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the adjustment that you've made recently? Again, how long have you been on it again?
About 6 years.
6 years. So
Yeah.
what has been your most recent adjustment or whatever that makes you think it's going better? Is there something in particular that you've been doing?
I would just like forget about people's bullshit. No, like I just go up and do my thing. Don't fucking poof me. I had a good set.
Yeah, you did.
Clearly it works.
Yeah.
Fucking trombone player, whatever the fuck he's doing.
Oh,
I can do it too.
that was Michael.
I can do it too.
Hey, that's all right. It was a funny one. Don't ruin
Well, then be on my fucking friend, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Turn it against each other.
You know what's funny? I knew it was going to be good when he walked out. Like, right when you guys were saying, like, you want to see comics do bad, he walked out and was like, he just looked over and was like, what the fuck? And I was like, nice.
It's a really scary
This guy's
thing to
funny.
hear, almost
Yeah,
immediately.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. I've never been in here. This is fucking cool.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like
Is
Indiana
it?
Jones.
You're
There's like alien shit. And
you're gonna be back in the alleyway in 30 seconds. So
God,
you better soak it in, my friend.
I would like to.
Alex, I would love to have you back on the Secret Show.
Wow,
Yes,
he just got booked on the show.
Thanks.
Alex Olinger, there he goes, everybody. On to the next one. Hans Hilton. Hans Hilton is next. Let's see if we can get this moving a little bit faster. Let's play some music or something. What's going on? How's everybody doing? I called the name. Hans Hilton is in the mix. This is definitely a new name. I would know if I had seen a Hans Hilton before. Incredible that 2 out of the 4 comedians so far tonight are Hanses. This is very exciting. Perhaps this is a cross between Hans Kim and Paris Hilton. Here he is, Hans Hilton, everybody.
What's up, Boston? I got 3 kids, so last year for my birthday, I got a vasectomy. The number 1 question guys ask me is, did it hurt? Did it hurt? Less than a 4th kid would hurt. But I was really nervous going into it, so I was trying to find ways to get rid of the nerves, and one clinic recommended nitrous oxide. You guys remember the laughing gas from the dentist's office? Their motto was, come laugh your balls off with us. And it was a great start, but I was still nervous. I kept researching. Another clinic recommends a brosectomy. That's where 3 of your friends come with you. You guys all get snipped together. That's when I found out I don't have 3 good friends because I went alone. But the biggest thing I was worried about was that it wasn't going to work because they say it's supposed to keep you from having kids. And when you know, I went home, those 3 fuckers were still there. It didn't keep me from having anything. I called my wife while I was waiting out in the alley and told her I was waiting, hoping to perform for 1 minute. She said I should be really good at that because I've got lots of experience.
All right, Hans Hilton.
Yeah.
Is that your real name, Hans Hilton? What the fuck?
I've been asked my whole life if it was my stage name and as my real name, but now it's also my stage name.
Wow. What other stages were you on? No, I'm serious. Is it just comedy?
It just got.
All right. You got like a Christian vibe.
Yeah. I've been told I've got youth pastor vibes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Big time, dude. Big time. That smile while someone's insulting you, just like, oh yeah, yeah. Sure.
I am way too nice. Yeah.
Nice.
You are?
Yes.
Where are you from?
California.
Okay. What part?
I was born in Linwood, California, and currently live in Downey, California.
Oh, wow. Bunch of places I've never heard of. That's incredible.
Hey, Linwood's better known by our neighbors, Compton and Watts, so you could probably fill in the blanks.
What blank?
Wow. How often do you say the N-word?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we say
Not
it a lot.
ever anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Hans Hilton. What do you do for work?
I sell knives.
No.
To who?
Old
Fill in the
ladies.
blank.
Yeah, exactly. Great location for that.
Kitchen knives.
Really? Kitchen
Yeah.
knives? Cutco?
Cutco. Yeah.
Wow. So like you're like up there on the pyramid, huh?
Not up there now. I've been selling for 21 years. So.
21 years
Yeah.
you've been a Cutco guy?
I have, yeah.
Holy shit.
Sold $3.5 million worth of kitchen knives.
Oh my goodness. Wow. What's 3.5 million divided by 21 years? I want to know if he's actually successful or not.
I did start off slow.
You son of a bitch. So Hans, you have 3 kids. You now have a vasectomy, so you're pulling another Hans. You're just blowing loads inside of your lady ruthlessly as well, right?
My friends asked me if I'm just spraying my seed freely, and I was like, I don't think you call it seed anymore because we're not planting humans, but...
Yeah. We go Hans.
Okay, Hans. What do you do for fun? How do you stay excited with 3 kids and a lady that you've been banging forever?
She's way hotter than me for starters, so that's lots of fun.
Oh, wow. This is another Hans situation. A guy that comes inside of a woman that he shouldn't be with should just be called pulling a Hans from now on. This is incredible. How did you get her? What's your secret?
I met her selling knives.
Oh, and you're like, let me fuck you.
That's pretty good.
I was like, you can say yes or...
Goddamn right, Hans. I love it. You have any secrets to keeping it fresh in the bedroom? 3 kids in. You have any special moves that you do or anything? Is there anything that you think you specialize in the bedroom? You have like a move or something? Something you do with your finger or your butthole or something, perhaps? I don't know.
Hans, do you love eating pussy or not?
What gets my wife going is reading bedtime stories to the kids. Yeah.
Wow. That is some Jerry Sandusky shit if I've ever heard of before. What the fuck?
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
I should clarify to our kids.
That's still...
Fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this midrash and how it is understood today. So the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition, and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek early literature, were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have midrashim that move in different directions, or midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a rabbinic authority. So there is halachic midrash and there is agadic midrash. Halachic is an adjective, an English form of an adjective, based on the word halacha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. We'll have much more to say about this as halacha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where does all this come from? Right? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? And frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart, and it's worn correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge and free and wide open, and I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, al yadcha, begova shel yad. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top, maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand, Talmud Lomar, and it will be for you as a sign upon your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others, right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? Do you put it on the back of your hand? Do you put it on your forearm? Where does it go? It says, well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart, and so on. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like, a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to see about that in the Mishnah. Talmud Lomar, these words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha be'ezeh zegova shebiyad. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is closest to your heart on your hand? Well, that would clearly be your bicep, right? So here's an example of the Midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one words each in Hebrew because they have prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar acher, another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. The Midrash will allow multiple interpretations. Al yadcha zesmol. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata Omar zesmol o enel yamin. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. If you look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liated tishalchena v'yamina malos amalim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple, yikes, her hand reaches out to the peg and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own without specifying right hand, it must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. In number 9, then Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing. So that means that the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. And for most people, that is the right hand. And the Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here, but there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this the Midrash will explore. And of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Agadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the Hebrew word for Genesis, once again from the amazing Sefaria website. And the phrase says, V'yomer kachna es bincha, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't even bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this, studying Midrash, if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, b'vakasha mimcha kachna es bincha. So God says to him, please, take your son. Amar le, train benin isli. Ben. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? And you gotta ask a rabbi. But God's, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer, further back in history. It was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic more than they spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? I've got two sons. Which son are you referring to? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Yishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar lo, so God says to him, Es yechidcha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave it alone. Amar lo, ze yachid le'imo, ze yachid le'imo. God, I don't understand. This one, Yishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Yishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo asher ahavta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. He says, Amar lo istichumen b'maya. He says, are there limits to emotions? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? You know, if there's a limit to this, I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amar lo es Yitzchak. He says to him, okay, Isaac, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham. Or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well, and that's one of the amazing things about Aggadic midrash is that it's so rich and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history. Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information, which we have called the oral Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and the Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the 2nd century in our discussions, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find the answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate, see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended, dialogue necessary document. It's absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word Peah means corner. The Peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you would bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven, as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibud Av V'Ein, honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it, is in the next world. Gumul chasodim, and kindness to others. V'hava shalom ben adam lechaviro, bringing about peace between people. V'salmud Torah k'neged kulam, and learning Torah. Well, that's the best of everything. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, "Ein pochasin lapeah mishishim." You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of Peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to Peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question. And the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, and hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nakat, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with the agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah that we just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest section, is women, Nashim. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men, for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement and ketubot, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. Yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here, but damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as with bathing and ritual immersions and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas, and that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Because Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition, the Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own and I will hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity, that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which is certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A little while ago, with the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking of the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leap forward in preserving the Masorah that would later be expanded in the Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick 3 brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod, in Hebrew, Hurdus. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 till the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader, discussion and consensus on the world. But at the same time, he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. If you have a look at this map here, you see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, when she passed away, her 2 sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that is, you'll recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people, and he was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of rulership. His brother decided to go to Pompey in particular. Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, is very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and then up to the north is the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll recall him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who is still around, is named simply ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater had. Antipater, in turn, named his 2 sons to leadership position. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there's another massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era, a Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled it like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptional in his reign, but the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at 3 specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the Kotel, the remaining western wall. Most of the ones that are visible are, in fact, stones from the Herodian era. Much lower down, you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. And this was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over, unsuccessfully, the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population, and also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of with the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea, not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. His summer palace, or maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure, but built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located there, one of his several palaces. Anyway, that gives you a sense of his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find the balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds. And This coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe it himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives, the most famous of whom, and certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, who was shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamne, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching. It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of their realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at 3 groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at 3 major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus's and Philo's testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we're really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the three main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find within the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, yeah, that's us, you know. One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called Outgläubiger, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief. Which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that, God willing, later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox. Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the rabbinical movement, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah that we've spoken about briefly in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Now, who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, who we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them, the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignoramai. That's a plural, right? Ignoramai, plural of ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which was like membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, to be very strict about taking the tithe from one's produce, to be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a beit din, a court of three rabbis. They would say, I'm going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees either. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called perushim, or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing both today and in the following lecture. Now, I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, that's a fairly small number. And we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers as a whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus's reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which are a fairly radical group that we'll talk about more next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group were the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. There are very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic documents like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perushim, a hard time, and the Perushim have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they did not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they did not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagreed definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. Where frequently allied with the Romans. And as we approach the later part of the 1st century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and they will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss when we get there next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus's terminology, there's a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated. Some of them were religiously motivated. Some of them were simple criminals who, engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the 1st century. The roots of the Zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean or whether Antigonus should be king, since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. Very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the 1st century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring in a little while. Okay, that's it for 3 of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching. In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly do they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite. And as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before in 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide things. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history. And so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know quite a bit about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in these large communal areas. They described their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the scrolls. And so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that the members of the Qumran community were Jewish, that they observed communal property, that is, that they were lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was held in common, but they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence and eat twice a day, with higher status people receiving the food first. And, really fascinating kind of things that talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, though, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived of his description of them. And, there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community called themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups. And again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees, and some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period, they may have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. So we have other records of them. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things. And some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran's community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As others, one of the most famous ones is written actually on copper. Fascinating. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people could have been and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew scriptures, and it's generally believed that the full decision was made through the 1st century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating, I think, about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I've mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed really within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the new messianic transformation. This certainly feeds very well into the notion that the 1st century was just cooking in terms of a spiritual vortex and was ripe for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching. Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you asked most Jews in the 1st century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with the discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in the year 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple murderous rages, the title of king. So his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title ethnarch, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power will be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of the territory. You can see in this map here, he was given Judea itself, which is more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Samarian, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given the much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which is on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in what would be today Syria and Jordan. His Herod's sister Salome was given the region on the coast, which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne, very important place later on in the 1st century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the new settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the year 6 before the Common Era. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called at first prefects and then later called procurators. And even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the 1st century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge and really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who was extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Gessius Florus, who was very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that would erupt in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we're going to talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly vis-a-vis James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities that is not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. He would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is a grandson of Herod the Idumean, would be invalidated from being the high priest, and his eyes filled with tears. and the rabbis who are present say, "You are our brother, Agrippas, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized because it was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, fascinating figure. It will take us too far off to discuss him now. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman norms than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Roman-Jewish War and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork from Vasily Surikov is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapters 25 and 26, in which Paul, about whom we'll have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II. You can see him here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus. I actually like that name, Porcius. That sounds pretty ironic, or maybe perfect for a Roman procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice, with whom there are all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is called to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as a somewhat ambivalent character, not entirely convinced that the way the Christians are being treated is correct. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the prefects and procurators and the brief-lived kings of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in the year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses and indeed for counting people for any reason, so much so that when synagogue will convene a quorum for prayer, a so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan, you will never count them by numbers because it's considered inappropriate to count by numbers. You will, recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words. That way you'll know if you have 10 or not. But there was a revolt in the year 6 over one of these censuses. There are reasons when a census, of course, should be taken, and there are several mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt in the year 40 when Caligula, then emperor, shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who we talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews were getting very, very upset about this. And in fact, even Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They were kind of trying to slow walk his erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated, and this put an end to this rather strange attempt to put a monument to Caligula in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of the Romans and ready to revolt over it. The Romans in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50-odd years ago, they've set up a base in Caesarea where it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it is primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative decrees are promulgated. One of the most significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that was discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name. It's in the second line here. Pilatus is what it shows there. One last thing that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic ferment. We already spoke about the Qumran community and the Dead Sea Scrolls. You got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps Essenes, may have been like, and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about specifically the messianic movement associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent work called The Jewish War, which we described again in previous lectures, talked a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called The Jewish Antiquities, which is huge. And he had a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there his messianic movement was crushed. This is probably in the 40s. But what does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus's writings, which is called the Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that adopted Josephus. His name was formerly Flavius Josephus, so hence the name Flavianum. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's a translation of it. I'm just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. Somewhat bizarre thing for a Jew like Josephus to write, the idea of a human being possessing the qualities or attributes of God in a identical sense, meaning that this is a God man. It would be very unusual for a Jew to say, and still remain within the parameters of Judaism of the first century, especially towards the end of it, when we'll talk about how there was more of a split between church and synagogue, and this was made absolutely clear for the synagogue community that it was totally verboten. And then some description on it. And then this passage, he was the Messiah. Like, wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, in Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word in Hebrew is Mashiach, it's translated into Greek as Christos. It means essentially the anointed one, right? Like pouring oil on the head of this one being chosen to lead the Jews. We see that passage, for example, in the book of Samuel, where the prophet Samuel anoints Saul. This is the term Christos, Messiah, Mashiach. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph was actually written by Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying, well, maybe Josephus wrote something that was later edited by an enthusiastic Christian copyist, because some elements of it seem to be, acceptable for a Greek writing Jew of the first century to write, but others just seem so far out of line, such as this phrase, he was the Messiah. I mean, if he was the Messiah in Jewish thought, history stops at that point, right? He's a king, he takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically, and that obviously didn't happen. It would be strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. So many have opined, it seems like the balance of scholarly opinion is that this particular passage is not really Josephus's writings. The first time it appears in a corroborating quotation is in the work of Eusebius, a church historian from the late 3rd, early 4th century. And so most scholars assume that this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus's death at the end of the 1st century and the time that Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later towards the end of the 1st century, and certainly going into the 3rd century. We'll talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue looks backward upon the events that became so important for the emerging Christian movement. But at the time, they did not really make a ripple in the few Jewish sources that we have. At any rate, a lot more to say about this. Let us continue with the next lecture, when we're going to look specifically at Jesus within the larger context of his Jewish audience. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've had a look at the political background of the region of Judea and environs in the beginning of the 1st century, I'd like to turn our attention to one specific biography that, of course, has tremendous significance for not only Jewish history, but world history. This is a topic that may attract a certain amount of unwelcome attention, and the comment box is going to be filled with a lot of unwelcome and unhelpful additions. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments, it means that I've just given up. And the video is really important to include in our discussion of the course of Jewish history in the ancient world, because obviously this was a turning point for much of world history that had phenomenal impact on Jews over the following 2 millennia. We certainly can't ignore this important chapter. So let us focus our attention today on the historical Jesus. Let's try to understand from a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person? And how did he relate to his Jewish environment? It, of course, goes without saying that he himself was Jewish, that virtually all of his audience were Jewish, virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. It was only later in the next generation, with specifically under Paul in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile phenomenon. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. But let's focus today on Jesus's own life, what we can glean about it, and then we're going to go to the post-Jesus period under Paul and later in the next video. Now, the quest for the historical Jesus is not a new one, and there are many attempts to try and figure out, based on the Gospels, what exactly we can say with certainty about Jesus' life. We should recall that the New Testament, that is the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really constitutes kind of a national library of spirituality, goes covering hundreds and hundreds of years and has many, many different voices. Of course, in traditional Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by God to Moses. There's a lot more to say about it, but not necessarily in this video. And then the subsequent volumes were all, inspired by God in some way, but have specific authors and are located in a particular time and place and context. The New Testament is rather different. It has, a tremendous amount of concentration written by a very small group of authors on a very specific single topic in one particular place and time in concentration. There are 4 distinct biographies of Jesus in the form of the 4 Gospels, for example. And then, of course, lots of material is gleaned from the later works that follow the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less kind of line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficulties, details that are added in some of the Synoptic Gospels, not in others, apparent contradictions between them. And so for hundreds of years, there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel based on those 3. The 4th gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material. It has a different tone in many ways. So out of these 4 basic sources, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting, I think, is that of none other than Thomas Jefferson, who created this book here. This is actually in his own hand, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as we shall see, literally from the Gospels. And here's what he actually did. He actually took a razor and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps nonsensical because he didn't like miraculous events. And he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the Gospels to create one kind of coherent whole. Kids, I do not recommend you try this at home. It will get you in a lot of trouble if you take a razor to your Bible and try to remove passages from it. But nevertheless, this is a very difficult enterprise. What kind of sources can we bring to bear to try to understand the historical Jesus? So obviously we have the Christian scriptures, the earliest of which are the letters of Paul that you will note date after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any contemporary sources, although the Gospels and others may have been inspired, certainly were by oral tradition. We don't have any contemporary sources. The earliest one that we have written down is something like 10 or 20 years written after the death of Jesus. Then we have a couple of passages in Josephus. We talked about one, the Testimonium Flavianum, the most important one in the last video. But the references on Josephus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, especially the ones written towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, one of the Roman authors, with not necessarily a very charitable view of Jews and by extension of Christians. And again, just like passing references, not really very helpful to flesh out the biography. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like these Gospels of Thomas, of Mary, and of Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like we discussed with the book of Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. Then we have the church fathers, and of course, they have the disadvantage of being written so much later and essentially relying on the kind of materials that we still have preserved, and in some cases, perhaps material that has been lost. And finally, we have the Talmud that, again, is written much later, a few hundred years after the events described. And although they may rely on oral traditions as well, one of the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source is that, the rabbis in the Talmud, it's not really fair to ask them to teach us history. They're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism. And so they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance and perhaps in an allegorical manner and so on. But anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as a scholarly consensus. And note, I'm talking now about a scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer. As we have with Jews who revere the Hebrew scriptures as, inspired word of God in one form or another, the assessment of the validity and specifically the historicity of the texts we're describing for Christians depends a lot on how you approach those texts. So if we boil down to just what scholars agree on, they basically say the following. There's general consensus that Jesus was a historical person who actually lived somewhere between 6 before the Common Era until about the year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched some of these previous videos, let me mention that the terms BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, generally replace before Christ and Anno Domini, BC and AD, because this is a term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So please don't be offended by it. That is actually a scholarly norm. So we know roughly when he lived. We can patch these things together from, Roman records and other Judean sources and so on. We know that he spent his youth in Nazareth, which is in the Galilee region. We know that he was baptized by John the Baptist. And there's a lot of interesting things to say about the relationship between them, but again, not for this video. We know that he debated and taught religion and morality with other Jews primarily. And you can see in this map here some of his adult ministry in the region from Hebron in the south up to Sidon in the north. Most of his audiences were Jewish, although there were a few that were distinctly non-Jewish. It's also a discussion of his time in Egypt as a child, but his primary adult work is in Israel. And finally, he was crucified by the Romans under Pontius Pilate, the procurator who we spoke about in the previous lecture. That's basically what we know. What we don't know is huge, and specifically when we try to understand it in the context of his Jewish community, because he was a first century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? We don't know, for example, what exactly was his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism. What was his relationship to the seething political ferment of the day? And what was his relationship to Jews vis-a-vis his relationship to non-Jews or Gentiles? Really big questions. Let me give you a couple of examples of why we don't really know and what are kind of the parameters of the debate. Let us recall that the teachings of Jesus that we have today do not come to us unmediated from a first century Jewish source. They primarily come to us through Greek translations of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, perhaps a little bit of Koine, which is kind of like a Greek, not exactly a dialect, but a form of Greek, let's say, that was common throughout the region. But the texts that we have are all in Greek. And when you translate a text, you ipso facto must distort it. And especially cultures so radically different as the culture of Athens and the culture of Jerusalem. We spoke about this a little bit when we talked about the Maccabean revolt. And actually there's a video that I think I titled Athens and Jerusalem that talks a little bit about how they see things differently. So just in one example though, you know, in Jerusalem, Jews understood the model of a prophet, the holy man who came with a rebuke from God and was sending a message because otherwise God would get involved in history. Like consider, for example, God speaks to Jonah and says, get thee to Nineveh in Babylonia and tell those people that they're going to be destroyed. And, there's a whole story there that's fascinating. Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of the holy man who is a philosopher like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, that is maybe distinct from the world, that contemplates the forms and the ideals and does not necessarily engage in the world and does not come with a burning message that God wants people to behave differently. So a lot of things that change as the authors of the texts in the New Testament convey these ideas to a Greek audience. Furthermore, who exactly is writing these things down, and do they have a specific agenda that is tied to who's listening? Paul in particular is especially important depending on who he is speaking to, and we'll look at a couple of examples. So trying to understand Jesus' teachings in Jewish context, let's look at those three areas that we identified a minute ago. First of all, on Torah and Judaism. In some passages in the Gospels in particular, you have debates between sometimes rabbis and Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice and you're reading this cold, you would say, what? What is this? Why are they wondering if Jesus and his followers wash their hands before they eat? Doesn't everybody wash their hands before they eat? Are they insinuating he's not clean or something? Is this something about hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within the Jewish context, you know right away that they're not talking just about washing one's hands free of dirt. They're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to rabbinic law, in which there is a specific rule laid down, a halacha, that says that before you say the blessing over bread, you must wash your hands in a ritual format. Long discussion about why that is so. But it was really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority of the rabbis to agree to that practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud in which Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and he's only given a very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he respects rabbinic authority so much. So they're really not asking him about hand washing and about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on, but they're trying to find out, like, are you part of the Pharisaic community, or do you submit to it, or do you not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17 in which he says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, the law is one attempt in Greek to translate Torah. And of course, in a Hebrew context, Torah, the root of which means the teaching, as it were, is much larger than the law. In fact, law in form of religion is a word that doesn't exist in Hebrew at all, at least not in biblical Hebrew. You have to use halakha, which means like the way, the path, the direction. The law is a novel idea that you have to use Greek to really express it. At any rate, so where is he? Is Jesus like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he trying to support it, perhaps in a revolutionary way? There's a lot of ambiguity, and scholars debate it. Secondly, what about his political ideologies? We talked about the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Zealots and so on. There's no question that Jesus is closest to the Pharisees in the sense that, siblings will argue much more than strangers will because siblings are closer and they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see that, there's a lot of Pharisaic debate with Jesus over things like washing the hands and so on. There are some points in the Gospels where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and unto God what is God's, which seems to fit with the Pharisaic idea of, we are not going to defeat the Roman Empire. Let us just, pay our taxes and keep our heads down and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual world. But on the other hand, he seems like a zealot, intent on disrupting the status quo, such as the dramatic moment in the temple courtyard in which he, overturned the tables of the money changers and things like that, which is, by the way, a widely misunderstood passage too. So that would be much more of a zealotry kind of thing to do. By the way, if you really want to get into the nuts and bolts of specific passages and what could they possibly mean, I'd highly recommend the Jewish Annotated New Testament, published by Oxford University Press, which has some amazing essays at the back, which kind of give an overall context. And then, of course, the entire New Testament with lots of fantastically useful footnotes that will be especially helpful if you're not familiar with the larger Jewish context. I am familiar with the Jewish context, but not so much with the New Testament environment. Really enjoyed it as well. So politically, it's hard to place Jesus on the spectrum. Jews and Gentiles, it's fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people that Jesus interacted with, maybe less so when he went up to the region which is now Lebanon, but certainly in Judea, the vast majority of people he interacted with were Jews. What would he have said about Gentiles? We can read some things backwards from the later works. For example, a passage in Galatians 2, in which James, who is based in Jerusalem, is apparently placed in charge of gospel to the circumcised. And by the way, circumcised versus uncircumcised is sort of binary that exists in Hebrew scriptures. So James in Jerusalem is in charge of speaking to Jews, and Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel to the uncircumcised. I mean, we presume it's a different gospel. And we see that there's some conflict occasionally about, how are these two populations supposed to interact? Should you have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christians, meaning Christian believers who are of non-Jewish ethnic origin? And what does that mean in terms of the larger question of observance of the law? Is Jesus talking about Christianity being Judaism plus, meaning that Jews should continue to observe the Sabbath, the dietary laws, circumcision, and so on, and this new teaching? Or is this something completely new that wipes out all of those requirements, especially for Gentiles, only for Gentiles, for everybody? These are really large and enduring questions that are difficult to answer given the expansive nature of the text in the New Testament. Let us now discuss the end of Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important for later Jewish history. This period is called the Passion, and what you're looking at on the screen here is a very powerful work by Marc Chagall, a European Jewish artist. It's called La Crucifixion Blanche, the White Crucifixion. And as you can see from just a cursory look, that Jesus is so clearly identified as a Jew. Surrounding the crucified Jesus is, on the left, you see apparently a Jew in a San Benito, which is reminiscent of the later Spanish Inquisition, and a Jew holding the Torah scroll who's fleeing for his life with a look of fear on his face. You see examples of Torah scrolls being desecrated and set to the flames, and women crying. Of course, this painting was created in 1938, a very momentous time on the eve of World War II. You see Jews as refugees in boats, clearly desperate, perhaps evocative of the pogroms of 1919. You see maybe that's the Red Army there with the red flags coming over. Let me take myself out for a second. There's a scene here with a synagogue on fire and someone apparently reaching in to take the Torah. It looks like he has an armband. I'm not exactly sure. And is this meant to be evocative of a Nazi, perhaps, to destroy the Torah? I don't know. But above Jesus' head, meanwhile, fly these angelic beings, and they're clearly distressed. Who do they represent? You know, Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants, but clearly they're disturbed by the way in which not only Jesus is crucified, but all the suffering that has followed in its wake. My teacher in this period was a great scholar named Alan Davies at the University of Toronto, and he would speak about the Passion. He would emphasize how in basic Christian theology, this is really ground zero level, is that Jesus was not killed by the Jews. The Jews were not to blame for the death of Jesus, because that goes exactly the opposite direction of how the theology should evolve. The whole point is that Christ died for our sins. That's how it's placed in Corinthians and many other places, that Jesus died to save the entire world, right? The suffering servant, the paschal lamb, for God so loved the world. This is the message. To displace the blame for the death onto another people is exactly the opposite of what this passage means. Now, I am hardly a Christian theologian, but it seems to me that this sounds reasonable. We really see it, placed in Catholic law when we get to Nostra Aetate, which in the 1960s reevaluated 20 years after the Holocaust, what have we been saying about the Jews, and let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. For millennia, Jews have been haunted with the charge of deicide. That is the idea that Jews killed Jesus, the killing of God, literally, and this has been an extremely difficult aspect, really at the heart of Western anti-Semitism, and we will certainly come back to it in other contexts later. But let us focus, as we are now in this video, on the actual biography of Jesus. Let's try to understand how he was put to death and why. No question, scholars agree that the trial as presented in the Gospels is ahistorical. It does not make sense by what we know about Jewish law. It could not have happened as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, his trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how the Sanhedrin would work, even if they could mete out death penalties at this period. And it just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for, political insurrection of some kind? Possible, but on the other hand, if that were the case, why wouldn't his followers also be killed? It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the Gospels. We can say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to mock Jesus as a Jewish leader. As you can see here from this close-up in the Chagall painting, the Gospels describe how the letters INRI were posted above his cross, which stand for Jesus Nozri Rex Judeorum, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. And Chagall wanted to underline this messianic aspect to it by writing Yeshu HaNotzri Malka de Judoi, the Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is worth very much. I'm not a specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements in the Jewish community who regarded Jesus as a troublemaker, as a rabble-rouser who was upsetting the status quo in an unhelpful way. He also clearly had a certain critical mass of followers that would later go on to build this world church that had such tremendous impact. But I get the feeling that this was primarily an act of Roman caprice, that You know, he crossed the wrong person at the wrong time, and life was cheap in the first century. There were thousands of crucifixions of Jews, especially in this area, and that Jesus should stand out as receiving due process when so many other nameless victims did not, it stretches credulity. It's also important to note, by the way, that much of the description of the passion that we receive from later sources offers considerable more detail, often with a much more negative connotation towards Jewish participation. And this is certainly correlated with the increasing gentilization of the church, meaning as the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair, as a Jewish mishpacha, so to speak, and becomes much more of a global movement that attracts Romans and Greeks and Scythians and whatever, that then it becomes much more of an us versus them kind of phenomenon. It's much easier to blame the them. Let me leave the passion, however, by discussing one last thing, which is especially noxious and difficult for Jewish history, and that is the so-called blood cry. It's a passage that's recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 25, in which, and again, this is very ahistorical, but Pontius Pilate, the procurator, says to the gathered Jews, you know, I'm going to let you have one of my people slated for death go free. Would you like to have Jesus go free or Barabbas, who was a common thief? As the gospel describes, the people say, you know, release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate says, but that means I will kill Jesus. And the response of the Jews, which has been enshrined as the so-called blood cry, is the phrase, his blood be on us and on our children. Meaning we Jews take responsibility, and so do future generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably immediately after the destruction of the temple, or perhaps in the context of the revolt, this is a reflection on the very next generation of Jews, meaning it's kind of like a prefigurement of what would happen a generation after Jesus was killed. Unfortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as a justification by some for anti-Semitic violence, arguing that all Jews for all time have somehow accepted responsibility for Jesus' death, which is, as I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, exactly opposite, 180 degrees, to a basic understanding of Christian theology, that Jesus died for all our sins, meaning Christians included, not blaming the Jews exclusively. But this takes me further away from history than I am comfortable, and let's conclude at this point. The next video is going to look at how the church evolved, and specifically how you have an increasing separation between the Jewish community in Israel, who walled themselves off from this new idea of Christianity, and how the new evolving Christian church changes from being an internal Jewish phenomenon to a much larger global phenomenon. Thank you very much for watching. That previous video is a very hard one to deliver because I'm not interested in offending anyone, and I'm not interested in specifically promoting a particular point of view in history other than what seems to make sense to me. And, you know, but it's hard to avoid it when you look at topics such as the historical Jesus. But we get on a little bit more comfortable ground when we move away from the founder of Christianity and look at still some people who are revered by Christians world around, to understand how the church and synagogue could grow so far apart. So let's begin that discussion now. Undoubtedly, to understand the direction that Christianity took after Jesus' death is we have to look at the work of Saul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered the risen Jesus, as he describes, on the road to Damascus. Here's an amazing depiction of this from the 16th century. Here, check this out. This is the risen Jesus here, a very dramatic kind of posture with the angelic host and so on. And in the story that Paul describes, once he sees the risen Jesus, he's struck blind for several days and like incapacitated. And it's like an overwhelming experience for him. He eventually comes to his senses and he realizes that he's got to go on a mission to talk about Jesus and his teachings, and he is wildly successful. Before we leave this painting, just look at how the horse is at the center of the composition. It's such a powerful emotion on the horse's face. I mean, that's really something that I admire. I'm not an art historian, but I love these kinds of things. At any rate, back to Paul. He goes on this massive journey, devoting his life to touring the Eastern Mediterranean. He goes through Asia Minor and the Greek peninsula and the Italian peninsula. And his word reaches, perhaps through extensions, even to the Iberian Peninsula. And everywhere he goes, he's speaking primarily to Jewish audiences in the diaspora and to fellow travelers with those small diaspora communities whenever possible, and reaching out beyond the Jewish community to talk about what Jesus said and what it means for society. Now, it is at this point that we should understand that Christianity had a tremendous amount to offer the peoples of the world. It took some of the key ideas of Judaism, such as life after death. That's a big plus. A personal deity that actually listens to prayer, that is full of mercy, that has requirements of humanity, that holds humanity to task, that there is a mission for humanity, all kinds of really amazing things. And of course, attaching it to a religion of great antiquity. And at the same time, Christianity omitted a lot of the sort of high barriers to admission to Judaism. Judaism at this point is still very much an ethnicity, a people. One may convert to Judaism, famous conversion story in the Bible, for example, the story of Ruth, but it's still primarily an ethnos, and one gets into it by being descended from other Jews. And in order to make that leap into the Jewish community, one would have to submit, if one were a male, to circumcision. And then, of course, there's all the ritual commandments, like as maintaining the dietary laws, observing the Sabbath, and so on. And these things are quite onerous, especially if you don't appreciate how amazingly beneficial they are. So there are a lot of Gentiles who are attracted to these ideas, maybe attracted to Judaism itself, but not necessarily willing to undertake those kind of responsibilities. And Paul finds he has a huge audience. He has people who are really listening to him. At the same time, one of the most obvious questions he's going to be asked is like, so what's different between you and other Jews? And he's got to explain the relationship between this new emerging ideology and the mother ideology of Judaism. This is where you begin to see something that's called the Adversus Judaeos literary tradition. It's exemplified in particular by John Chrysostom, but we see many other figures among the church fathers who are participating in it, which is kind of like against the Jews. There's a discussion of why Christianity is better that involves why Judaism is worse, why Judaism is a less so kind of ideology. And this obviously has, negative connotations and will have negative repercussions, particularly as the debate becomes much more Gentile versus Jew, us versus them. And this will proceed apace over the next few centuries. Where we see this especially clearly is in the Ecclesia et Synagoga theme, the church and synagogue theme, which, to jump ahead for a few centuries to illustrate this point, you see it in Gothic art in particular. Here's some monumental architecture from Strasbourg that shows on the left the ecclesia, which represents the church. And you can see she's got an upright staff signifying her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's wearing a crown. She's regal. She's clear-eyed and so on. And on the right is the fallen synagoga, which you can see that she's holding the Ten Commandments in her left hand, her weaker hand, and upside down. They're falling out of her hands. She's not even attached to the law properly. the staff that or spear that represents her authority is broken. She's blindfolded, and she's even in an act of decline. She's like falling away from the rock. And this kind of image of contrasting the church to the synagogue, in which the synagogue is the lesser partner, is something that we see over and over again as the church fathers develop this adversus Judaeos kind of literary tradition. Here's another example. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of them. This is from the Church of Notre Dame, and you can see that synagogue has all the same kind of elements, but her eyes are blinded by a serpent, right? Clearly an allusion to the serpent of Genesis and so on, that is not permitting her to see the truth of Christianity. And here's one especially notorious one from the 14th century, a stained glass window in Werben, Germany, that on the left you can see the church being crowned by heaven, holding the upright staff, the chalice, and so on, riding a tetramorph, a being of mystical significance. And on the right, the synagogue, broken staff, crown knocked off the head, blindfolded. And just to make sure you got the point, a sword is driving through the top of her skull, indicating divine displeasure. And one other detail, by the way, before we leave this, I find it fascinating that Jesus in this particular image is clearly represented with dark skin, which seems to be something that really energizes a certain portion of my audience. Here you go. Fascinating representation. So back to our topic, however, there's clearly a period of time that begins with Paul and extends on later, where the synagogue is derided, the synagogue is put down, that the church is clearly ascendant. Some would say that Paul advanced a kind of replacement theory. There are passages in his writings that suggest that might not be totally accurate, but at any rate, this is the general trend that will be evinced over the next few hundred years. Now, the Jewish community is not standing still while all this happens. There is a reaction from the Jewish world as well. One might even suggest we don't know which is the action and which is the reaction. Perhaps they happen around the same time. But this particular text, the so-called blessing of the heretics, appears probably around the end of the 1st century. Its creation is described in the Talmud, in Tractate Brachot, page 28, in which a person named Shmuel HaKatan, Samuel the Lesser, is given the task of creating a passage in the liturgy, the mandatory central part of the liturgy called the Amidah, or the 18 blessings, that is designed somehow to make a clear distinction between Jewish Jews and Jewish Christians. In other words, you have this kind of amorphous period of time in the decades following Jesus' death, in which it's not clear what a Jew should believe and what a Christian may practice. And so they asked Samuel to create this blessing, which is inserted into the mandatory prayers. And it's not actually a blessing, it's really a curse. Now, there's a significant amount of debate about exactly how this was created, how it was placed in the liturgy, how it was enforced. But if we look at the text itself, it says in English, "Let there be no hope for informers." Now, that informer is a euphemistic term here for a Jewish Christian, for reasons which goes beyond the scope of our talk. "And may all wickedness instantly perish. May all the enemies of your people be swiftly cut off," etc., etc. And the idea is that, as much of the historiography argues, that if a person was suspected of being a Jewish Christian, meaning a Jew with Christian beliefs, they would be asked to recite the prayers publicly as part of the prayer service. And when they came to this new passage, it was kind of like a litmus test. If they read it, then they would be pronouncing a curse on themselves if they harbored Christian beliefs. On the other hand, if they omitted it, they would be outing themselves as a Christian, and theoretically could be removed not only from the pulpit, but from the synagogue. There's some analysis that suggests that the gospel, according to John, was written by someone who experienced this. And in fact, his gospel is much more filled with invective than the synoptic gospels, references to the synagogue of Satan and things like that. So this was kind of like a line in the sand that from the Jewish perspective marked off an ideological boundary that was not present before the inclusion of this text in the prayer. So we see that this is a family dispute that has gone really sour, and they're separating from both sides. Finally, let us not forget the fact that by the time we get to the early 4th century, Christianity has become so large and so popular that ultimately becomes the state religion under Constantine, shown here. The famous story behind it, there's some interesting things about his family that were attracted to Christianity as well, but he would have this dream where he would see, or this vision where he would see this cross, and it would say, in hoc signo vinces, under this sign will you conquer. And then when he pieced it together that it was attached to Christianity, that's when he converted. That's the traditional story associated with it. But with his conversion and his, stamp of approval on Christianity, a once heavily persecuted faith, not only reading Gospels by people like Paul as a Pharisee who was bent on persecuting the church, but also clearly by the Romans, who sent Christians to the gladiatorial games and things like that. This represents a dramatic turning point where the once despised religion is now a state religion with far more power, and that's actually going to be the status quo in Europe until the modern era. Okay, I hope you found this useful. We're going to continue in the next videos by going back to Judea and focusing on internal Jewish politics, and we're going to look specifically at the origins of the Great Revolt. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now direct our attention to a major turning point in Jewish history, and that is the First Roman-Jewish War that occurred in the 60s and the early 70s of the 1st century. The spark that lit the explosion was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important center on the coastline. We spoke about this city in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. Here you can see a map where it's located halfway roughly between Tel Aviv and Haifa in today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but perhaps one of the most significant general elements of the mood of the era was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and bureaucratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. We spoke quite a bit about it in the context of the movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about it in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, with a this world ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things would happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not patrolling properly. They're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving grift, taking bribes and all kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, Israel is never an area that is completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that land should be. It sounds familiar, right? This is basically the oldest story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea, as we shall see. In Yamnia, also known as Yavna, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated. But nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two mood factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the Zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the Zealots were towards the right side of history, and that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees by and large. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space. The non-Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to evict them. The Jews must have had some kind of lease arrangement, because they went and they petitioned the local procurator, Guinness, who was known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes, who took their money with an agreement to hear their case and then promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is, on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local miscreant, it's not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone who's involved in the dispute, this individual went and performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way, apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws involving earthenware containers and defilement that are more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population of Caesarea. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was, again, recall, primarily a Roman-oriented city, not one of the more Jewish cities, what the tide of the rioting turned against them. What ended up happening is Guinness turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place, and the rest of the Jewish community actually fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narbata. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem, with a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar, as you can imagine. Guinness, the procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest, and while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the temple treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population there. In fact, the local population even publicly walked around holding their hats out, begging for money on behalf of Guinness to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and some people were killed. There was bloodshed, and the Antonia fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops imprisoned within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, who was actually not the king of Judea proper, he was really king of a region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed at this point. He would later actually end up participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrives. He was one of several zealot leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of the upheaval, Elazar ben Hananiah suspended the sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was open. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus, at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to Rome, and this meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussions of all these events in the Talmud as well, which add significant color to all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details that the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster a fairly small number of troops, could not handle the riot anymore. And so Cestius Gallus, who was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map, he arrived with the Fulminata Legion, the 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now we should remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They had the advantage of knowing the terrain and they had the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Cestius Gallus entered Jerusalem and he actually came into the city, he saw what kind of opposition he was facing and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back he met disaster, specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon Pass is a very narrow strip that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this long pass. And the rebels were able to ambush them, and they actually wrought terrible havoc on Cestius Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, less symbolic value, but real value, they actually captured all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to limp back in a humiliating defeat, and this meant that Rome had to significantly accelerate their efforts. Next, we'll explore the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching. In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Galilee. And he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon, not only for the First Roman-Jewish War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. But he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to in many cases. At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is and associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yodfat, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galil region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attack the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces breach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to breach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attack the Antonia Fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the Zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies, so they did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the Book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, but we'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you for watching. The Roman-Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, either to the year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There were a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here. It's a dramatic cliff-top fortress. It was actually the palace of Herod at one point, his vacation palace, and it's in a very forbidding part of the Judean desert, and it is essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, which are quite steep, at least on two sides of it, and very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to breach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located within the compound realized that there was no way they could keep the Roman soldiers out. And so in a very dramatic act, almost 1,000 rebels, and we're talking here about families, not just soldiers, but men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in Jewish history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well. And hopefully we'll come back to that when we get towards the end of the series. The Romans enacted significant punishment on the remaining population. And we will go into this in greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and moving forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea Capta coins. The Romans actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, they usually have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the laurel wreath of victory around his head. And on the right, there is a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which was one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. And there is a forlorn woman with her head in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea Capta means Judea is taken captive. And this was a form of propaganda. You know, coins are like messages that circulate everywhere and people see them and it means something. It was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of this Judea coin, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being, you know, way out of proportion, large compared to the woman to show the dominance of Rome. And in some especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away into captivity. The Romans also celebrated this in Rome proper with the erection of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. Here's a better resolution look at it. You can see that they're clearly holding the candelabra called the menorah, which would have stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted. So it would have looked like this to Romans. You can see on the left, there's a sign that says Leges Judaeorum, or the law of the Jews. Perhaps that was referring to the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. You can see they're clearly carrying the menorah. The sign next to it says Candelabrum Judaeorum, the Jewish candelabra. And on the right, they have the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, which appears to be the Shulchan with the altar with the badim, the staves that would be used to carry it, perhaps. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and some restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in a later lecture. But there is a saving moment in all of this. One thing that we have glossed over is the reaction of the Pharisees, in particular, a rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, who saw early on that the revolt against Rome was doomed to failure. And in a rather dramatic moment, he had himself smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly. This is one of the details that the Talmud offers. And he makes a request of Vespasian, actually 3 requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew, we have the phrase, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yamnia in Greek, and its sages, which meant that he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would grow, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through these scholars studying the traditional values and texts of Judaism. We will continue this in future lectures. Thank you very much for watching. If we move forward about 45 years from the destruction of the temple and the fall of Masada, we get to another period of violence called the Kitos Rebellion. Now, it's a very mysterious kind of rebellion. We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about this rebellion, but we're not really sure about much of the most essential questions. But we should say one thing to begin with. Many scholars argue whether or not this is really the second Roman-Jewish war or something different. It's basically a primarily diaspora phenomenon. It's something that you see primarily outside of Israel, in other words, and not so much in Judea itself. But let's try and understand at least some things about this Kitos Rebellion. The Kitos Rebellion occurs at the very end of the rule of the Emperor Trajan. The 5 decades since the destruction of the temple have been absolutely terrible for the Jews. There's a tremendous amount of post-destruction trauma that is definitely spiritual in nature. I mean, the Jews had invested all of their spiritual understanding of how they related to the infinite through the temple. And even when the temple was corrupted by a priesthood that was essentially something that could be bought from the Romans, there was still this idea that somehow the temple was the hinge upon which the entire universe turned. And now with that temple gone, what exactly would Judaism do? What would Judaism, look like? It was a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval. You have literally tens of thousands of Jews taken off in slavery to Rome. You have refugees who are scattered throughout the entire region on the Eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian and Greek peninsulas, around the Black Sea littoral, and further east through Mesopotamia. And you don't have the same kind of center in Israel as you had before. Would the Jewish people even survive this tremendous trauma? The Romans, for their part, did many things to make things worse for the Jews. They certainly want to stamp out any possibility of a future revolt. And so there were all kinds of measures put in place to try and demean the Jews, both spiritually, psychologically, demographically, and financially. The Fiscus Judaicus was instituted, and this was a replacement of the mandatory machatzis shekel, the half shekel tax that Jews had from biblical times paid all over the world toward the upkeep of the temple in Jerusalem. The Fiscus Judaicus tax took that money and made it mandatory, but instead of devoting it to the upkeep of the temple in Jerusalem, it was directed to Rome and to the upkeep of a temple for Jupiter. I mean, really offensive kind of thing for the Jews. And at the same time, the messianic ferment that we saw with the birth of Christianity was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before it would have its final, defeat, at least in the 2nd century, under Bar Kokhba. Now, Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became involved in a very heavy war with the Parthian Empire, which was the Persian Empire that controlled Babylonia. The Parthian Empire would ultimately fall, and in their successor empire, the Sasanians, that's when the main elements of the Talmud would be put together. But at any rate, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is this region here that you can see is sort of like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was briefly controlled by Roman troops. Now, what's interesting for our purposes, and connecting it to the Kitos Rebellion, is that the Jews in Mesopotamia apparently sided with the Parthians against the Roman invaders, which is perhaps not surprising. Jews had been living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning they've been there for 800 years. They certainly have roots sunk deep into that territory. And when the Romans came in invading, they took up arms to defend their homeland alongside the Parthians. This obviously was not taken very lightly by the Romans, and Lucius Quietus, who was a commander in charge of the region, was put in charge of also devastating the Jewish population and quashing any resistance to Roman rule. So this is one element of the Kitos Rebellion, is Lucius Quietus' early participation. There will be another chapter to his story as well, and maybe I should give it away. The word Kitos in the Kitos Rebellion is probably from his surname, Lucius Quietus. That's probably how we get Kitos. So it's named essentially after him. Perhaps because of his notorious activity putting down the Jewish rebels in Mesopotamia, or I shouldn't say the rebels, the Jewish defenders of Mesopotamia, but it could also have to do with his later activity in Judea. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a diaspora affair, was certainly not limited to Mesopotamia with the advance into Parthian Empire territory in the year 114. We begin to see it also develop on the coast of North Africa in particular. Let's have a look at this map here, where you can see the extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan's death in 117. First of all, we have the activity in Mesopotamia, which is related to the invasion of the Parthian Empire. But then we have some interesting things happening in what would be today Libya. The Kitos Rebellion had major activity in this town. The pronunciation, I know some people are really sticklers for pronunciation. I've looked it up and I've heard it pronounced as Cyrene in English. In Greek, it would have been something like Kurene. So I'm probably going to say Kurene, and I'll probably be wrong, but this wouldn't be the first time. At any rate, this is one of the locations of major rebel activity during this period. And then we also have significant activity throughout Egypt, and then finally in Cyprus. And once all of this diaspora activity is discussed, we're going to look very briefly at Judea, where of course there was the Ptolemus Kitos, the Kitos Rebellion itself, as described in the Talmud. Let's look at Kurene first. The various sources that refer to this assert that there may have been some kind of messianic issue to this, because there is an individual who is referred to as Lukuas in one source and Andreas in a different source. It is possible that this is the same person. It was not at all uncommon in the ancient period, especially in Greek and Roman areas, for Jews to have two names, a Hebrew name and a Greek name, or a local name. I myself have two names, right? I have a Hebrew name that my friends know me by, and I have Henry, which I publish under, and stuff like that. So anyways, but he referred to himself in one of these sources as a king. So that implies some kind of unusual political, although some of the church historians suggest it was sort of a false messianic rank. And under this Lukua / Andreas, there was a report of Jewish attacks on Roman temples and public buildings in particular. It's an interesting aspect of this revolt is that it seems to be one that is definitely attacking Rome. And again, remember, it's just a few decades since the destruction of the temple, and there are a lot of Jews who are very angry. And let us not forget that there are a lot of Jews who were originally rebels in the First War who have fled to various cities in the diaspora, and they could be influencing this uprising again in about the year 115. Now, one of our most important historians that tells us a little bit about the Quitos Rebellion is Cassius Dio. He is a Roman historian who was active at the end of the 2nd and the first half of the 3rd century. And he's great for a lot of things, but there's certain areas where you just don't know how seriously to take him. So, for example, when he describes this rebellion in Kyrene, he puts it like this, and just listen to this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Kyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would, here we go. They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. But that's not all, folks. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they gave to wild beasts, still others they forced to fight as gladiators. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. It's just so bizarre and so un-Jewish. Certainly Jews have gone to war, and it's not impossible to imagine atrocities happening when Jews, like any people, go to war, but these are over the top. And in fact, when you look at Cassius Dios's other treatments of barbarian attacks on Rome, they also appear quite, outre. I wanted to read for you the passage where he describes how the Britons deal with the attack from the Romans, and oh my gosh, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me, Cassius Dios is liable to exaggerate for dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions between the years 115 and 117, widespread Jewish rebellions. Who were apparently, the Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone off to fight against the Parthian Empire in Mesopotamia. And once again, it's similar kinds of targets. Temples, shrines, for example, the shrine of Nemesis at Memphis, public works, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Roman Empire. Seems to have a very political motive. The economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface. And other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that is really an attempted uprising. It is fascinating to think, though, like, why are the Jews all over the diaspora? Do they really think they're going to throw Rome off? But they obviously are somewhat coordinated in doing this. There was, of course, a harsh military response from Trajan, who came back with heavy forces and many killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, which the Talmud says was so large that in order to know when to answer Amen to the person leading the prayers, they had to wave big flags. You could see the flags and know that it was up to that part. But this is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, Egypt, was destroyed. Jewish property was seized, and basically at this point, by the time we get to the end of the Parthian War, the Jewish community in North Africa goes into a steep decline, and it will not rise again for several centuries. We can say the same thing about the island of Cyprus. As we saw earlier in Cassius Dio's discussion, no Jew may set foot on that island, that is Cyprus, but even if one of them is driven upon its shores by a storm, he is put to death. Jews were banned from the island after a rebellion there. And in fact, this statement is supported because there's no other evidence of Jews ever landing on this island until the 4th century. So hundreds of years of Jews gone from the region. What happened in Judea proper? This is where the Talmud refers to this phrase, Polmos Kitos, the Kitos Rebellion. We know that Lucius Quietus, you remember him from Mesopotamia, right? He was the person who put down the Jewish rebellion. He is sent back by Trajan and appointed as governor in Judea. We don't know a lot about how he conducted himself in that area, but we know that there was, at least the Talmud refers to some acts of violence, and we know that Lucius Quietus brought in a second Roman legion to support his activities there. I wish we knew more about this particular rebellion. It is fascinating to see that it takes place across the diaspora. It represents something we haven't talked about in any detail yet, but we will be coming back to it in a few lectures. But we have to move on to a much more powerful and significant rebellion that had a deep mark, left big scars on the Jewish psyche, and that is the Bar Kokhba rebellion next. Thank you very much for watching.
Dick. Come on, baby. Work. Bezos, don't suck dick. Fucking fake cowboy. There we go. Good job.
The Bar Kokhba revolt, so named after its leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, is often referred to as the Second Roman Jewish War, the first being the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 or 74 that resulted in the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. And then there's possibly another conflict, the so-called Kitos Rebellion that we discussed in the last video. Some people consider that the Second Roman Jewish War, and this would make Bar Kokhba the Third Roman Jewish War. But unlike the Kitos Rebellion, this is something that happened entirely within the boundaries of Judea, and certainly constitutes a full-fledged revolt against Rome that required tremendous energy for the Romans to quell. So much is unknown about the Bar Kokhba revolt. We do not have really extensive sources describing it. I'll go into those in a little bit more detail, even to the point where it was not until the 1960s that we were certain what Bar Kokhba's name actually was. It appears that his name, based on some Greek language documents that were discovered in the Dead Sea region, Greek having the advantage of being a phonetic language with all of the vowels written out, which is something that is not true of Hebrew. They referred to him as Bar Kosiba or Ben Kosiba. That was his proper name. The Bar means son of, and Kosiba is the surname. He was known as Bar Kokhba to his followers. A slight pun on the name. Kokhba means star, the son of a star that has kind of like messianic overtones to it. But to his detractors, he was known as Bar Koziba with a Z instead of an S. The word kazav in Hebrew meaning deception or lies. But his actual name was Kosiba, and he's known popularly in the way that Rabbi Akiva, one of his most important followers, called him Bar Kokhba, the star. It's hard to underestimate the importance of Bar Kokhba in the Israeli civic mentality, because Bar Kokhba represents the last living president of the Jewish polity until the 20th century. In a moment, I'd like to talk to you about Dr. Yegael Yadin, who wrote a very important work on Bar Kokhba, who describes the moment when the current president of Israel in 1960 first saw an inscription that was written by the previous president of Israel some 1900 years earlier. It's really important to see this as a sort of a culmination of that strive for statehood that had a 1900-year hiatus. Where we can see this graphically is in the Knesset menorah, the sculpture that stands outside the contemporary building known as the Knesset, which is where Israel's parliament sits. And in this candelabra, you can see that there are many historical figures that are represented on the arms of the candelabra. Zooming into the center, you see that the three central uppermost branches have representations of three distinct leaders in Jewish history. The first is Moses, who is shown here from a biblical passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites against the Jews on their way from Egypt to Israel. And as the passage there describes, as long as Moses had his hands up in the air heavenward, then the Jews would succeed in battle. And when he lowered his hands, they would fail. So he was supported by his two lieutenants, holding his hands in the air so he could retain that position for the duration of the battle, representing a military victory with an appeal to God at its very center. On the left, you see David. We should understand that the left here is on Moses' right, the higher level of authority and status. David shown here as a young man holding up the severed head of Goliath, a very important passage that describes, again, a military victory with supernatural assistance from God. And then finally, going to the left, the less significant of the two, but still right at the very center of the candelabra, is this representation of Bar Kokhba. And unlike David and Moses, he is represented here in an attitude of decline, in an attitude of defeat, because after all, the Bar Kokhba rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he is shown here as a powerful military figure and as a tragic one as well. And that's a story we're going to go over in the next 15 minutes or so. Our sources, as I mentioned, are somewhat limited. We have an important Roman historian, Cassius Dio, sometimes called Dio Cassius, who is somewhat problematic because we only have him in an abbreviated form, as we shall see shortly. We have Eusebius, an important church historian, Cassius Dio being active in the basically at the turn of the 3rd century. Eusebius, about 100 years later, one of the church fathers, again passing references. And then we have some amazing passages in the Talmud and in the Midrash, but they are not necessarily historical in the same way that some of these other historians are conformed to Western sensibilities. There are also, though, some famous and important discoveries in the 1960s, primarily archaeological discoveries conducted by this man, Yigael Yadin, who is one of these amazing Israeli figures who was at once both a war hero, very highly placed at the top of the Israeli Defense Forces, and at the same time an archaeologist and a scholar and a very gripping writer. I'm going to produce a little review of his treatment of Bar Kokhba in a separate video. Absolutely fascinating account, very much worth reading. So let's try and understand what we can about Bar Kokhba and his rebellion from the sources that we have. Here is a children's book. The Hebrew translation is The History of Israel for Children. The Bar Kokhba rebellion, you can see a very heroic figure and rallying the troops against Rome and so on. This describes the rebellion that took place from the years 132 through 135 of the Common Era. The leader, of course, as we said, is Bar Kokhba. In the Midrash, he is described as a mythic figure of phenomenal proportions, an extremely brutal and ferocious warrior, not unlike some of the depictions of David that we have in Tanakh and also in the Talmud. The Talmud says, for example, and this is kind of like, we have to assume it's a kind of a hyperbole that is not uncommon in the Talmud, that to test their bravery, Bar Kokhba would have all of his recruits have a digit sliced off their hand, which is, totally forbidden in Jewish law. By the way, kids don't try this at home. But the rabbis complained and said, Bar Kokhba, what are you doing? How long will you mutilate the young men of Israel? He said, well, what else, how else am I going to test their bravery? And they suggested, well, have them uproot a living tree from the ground with their bare hands. Will that do? He says, yes, that will certainly test it. And so that's how they were tested, as the Talmud says, that they were tested for their strength and their bravery. I don't know how to take this on a literal sense, but when we see his writings based on the archaeological discoveries of the 1960s, we definitely see that he was a very determined and very insistent leader, often demanding retribution of his followers if they did not comply with his demands. He was known to many as a possible Messiah. And let's remember, in Jewish terms, a Messiah, Mashiach, is a human being, a political leader who will effect a military unification of the land of Israel, who will bring in all of the exiles, who will bring in the ingathering of the exiles, and initiate a period of great peace and prosperity for Israel and the world. And many saw Bar Kokhba as that person, including famously Rabbi Akiva, who towards the end of his life supported Bar Kokhba as a possible Mashiach. He was contradicted by several of his colleagues. One of them famously said to him, Akiva, you will have grass growing from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah, meaning this is impossible, and you will be dead, and Bar Kokhba will never be the Messiah. But nevertheless, the notion of Bar Kokhba as Messiah certainly inspired many to follow him. Here is, by the way, one of the amazing finds that was uncovered by Dr. Yadin in the Dead Sea region. You can see at the very top right, it says, Shimon Bar Kokhba, Nasi b'Yisrael. Shimon Bar Kokhba, president of Israel. Unfortunately, there's so much we really don't know about the war. One of the most basic things that we don't know about this war is why exactly did it start? So Cassius Dio, the Roman historian, gives us an account of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius Dio's account has not survived antiquity in its original formulation, but rather as what they call an epitome. You know, we say in English, the epitome of something, we tend to mean something as exemplary, the best, and the ideal. But in classical terms, it really means an abbreviation, meaning, oh, this is too big, too long to read. Can you just give me like the Cliff's Notes, the short version of this? That's what an epitome was. And so we have an 11th century epitome by Johannes Kifilinius that's shown here, that gives us, unfortunately, just passing references to Bar Kokhba, and we don't know exactly what Cassius Dio wrote, but we're hopeful that this is correct. According to Cassius Dio in this epitome, the reason for the revolt was that the Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after himself, Aelia Capitolina, right? Because his middle name was Aelius, and to build on the site of the temple to God, instead a temple to the Latin god, the Roman god Jupiter. And this, according to Cassius Dio, inflamed the population of Jews, and a rebellion ensued. Now, according to Hadrian's own biographer, Spartianus, who wrote De Vita Hadriani, the life of Hadrian, the Roman Empire, it had nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple. It has to do with a ban on genital mutilation, something which the Romans had frequently issued, but it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well. But it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision. And in fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed in some degree by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees, but that these decrees followed the revolt. Meaning that it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of the Judean state in the previous war, or whether it was the messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt. And then later, the Hadrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Asara Ruge Malchus, that have formed an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, but rather after the rebellion as a response. It's not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insight. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appear to have been initially quite successful. Bar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem, apparently, and marked that event with the minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then re-stamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would re-stamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetradrachm. That's a sella in Hebrew. And at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom, you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, an urn, and trumpets. But what's interesting is what you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are palm fronds, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the arba minim, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase mihi et legionibus bene, which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouin who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Yigael Yadin and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and in a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba rebels, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove that. So we get a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was the techelet. Techelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, 2,000 years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the fringed garments worn by religious Jews, the so-called tzitzit. What chemical analysis of this particular dye, however, and these threads, indicates that the Bar Kokhba rebels were apparently holding on to some forged techelet, which the Talmud says was a problem in the era, because with the technology of the day, it was impossible to know whether this was the actual techelet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the talis, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless, you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops when all were calculated. And that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Bar Kokhba had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal. And even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain. So that indicates that it was really a pitched battles one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number of 580,000 casualties over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre, all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy. The grace after meals includes a blessing which specifically was composed in memory of the martyrs of Beitar. Like the name Bar Kokhba resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth scouting movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts, was a very important youth movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Likud party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, a prime minister of Israel, for example. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it. But in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that. And perhaps one of the most important things to think about is did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened? Because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and even psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear, two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept, the principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, yeah, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now, that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews of that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, God forbid, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law, Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn, but let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, va'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem bachem, v'hishmitcha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods. And the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, and normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. If we look carefully at the English, it's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine, for your son, which in this context would mean your grandson. Wait, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me, i.e., following God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who is born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Flerovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020, but very beautiful work still available for sale in many galleries today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments. There's a long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechaniah ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, you can imagine how difficult this might have been and how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So they're very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. At any rate, all of these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great. And he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, they went through this and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later. But the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah and onwards. And again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier. And in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically, we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so, and any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large, tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms, and when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are, expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel next. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel in both the biblical context and in the larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Kranjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kranjek, also pronounced Kranjetz. I actually had to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use, but in America they tolerate Kranjek. At any rate, she actually is trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call Frum Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, to try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes this a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where, you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature or from the Bible and other things and put them together on a mimeographed or a photocopied sheet. And people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least 2 texts must also include at least 1 non-male identified text. That's a very valuable idea to try and expand the, simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries. And it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and in ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the human population. We happen to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in the media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzivos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushback on all sectors of the Jewish population, and it's just another example of the Kronjek test kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel.
Come on, you little bitch.
The difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple, but on the other hand, there was a relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and not Leviim and not involved in the sacrifice and things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. And our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhba caves a while ago, and we'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of the sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees on that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century. And if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as a an archisynagogus. That's right at the right side of the top line, and then going into the second line, it says archisynagogus, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of inscriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the Kranjek test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute now. Now, one of the there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless, or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, the daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when you include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Eshet Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape her. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in a Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Eshet Potiphar. Zuleika is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. Okay. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her.
Fuck yeah.
The oral tradition, she quotes, saying, why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, famous scene, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the which of her two sons, Esau and Jacob, receive the blessing. And in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, Hannah, it's hard for me to think in terms of the Hebrew pronunciation and the English pronunciation sometimes. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli the Kohen in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact she becomes the model of our prayer. We even have female warriors like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are, complex examples of character that, they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective. As we saw in a previous lecture, occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel. But for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text. And so therefore, the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about them. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel. And that is that, we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly one can certainly see in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion, or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition and the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which, by the way, will be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that, God willing, in a few months, is to divide them onto 4 different quadrants, shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt nots, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. A negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover, right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay, fine. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, I hope you're listening. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time? Let's say the prayers of Judaism, which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning, a fixed window called afternoon or mincha, and a fixed window called evening or ma'ariv, right? Shachris, mincha, ma'ariv. So this is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the key point. Women are obligated in 3 of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing them. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. women are generally considered obligated in that, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking the 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle, because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in the negative, it's a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to shul when you have a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. And I will leave that with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies and women's studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when you see the more orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool. And one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely, disappeared from the regular canon of text because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of, the care of the diet of the family and so on. Again, there's no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say that this was universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolutely average woman, and I'll give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the 1st and 2nd century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
You fuck.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at 3 exceptional examples, and we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average women in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully moving forward to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern and the modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the 3 examples that that will give us some sense of what
Don't
it
touch
must have been
anything.
like to be a woman in antiquity. So these three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Freund, who is a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters, among other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. Can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. At any rate, he suggests that we should look at the life of Bruria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Bruria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hananiah ben Teradion, one of the martyrs of the Hadrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba revolt. So that helps us date Bruria. Besides Rabbi Meir, her father gives us a sense of her lifetime sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Freund has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud, who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Matronisa, something like that. Bruria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool. He happened to come from the Galileo. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk overmuch with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to Lod, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. And there you get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique in the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died on one particular Sabbath, 2 twin boys, terrifying kinds of things, God forbid, lo aleinu. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halachic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity, an amazing woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded like 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rasha on a tractate of Avodah Zarah. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature, and although it appears in a very authoritative commentary, that of Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Bruria's life, but it describes her end as being very ignoble. I will leave that up to the rabbinic scholars to debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Bruria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next 2 millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in the literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 through the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Cypros. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great-grandfather, if I calculated that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections and things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabar of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod Polio of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. At any rate, at this point she was like at the peak of her authority. She was referred to as Regina, or Regina, meaning queen, Basileia, also queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in this capacity. We had a look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Polemos II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt, that being the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazirite vow, which is interesting in its own context. And Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course there's a whole tractate of it on the Talmud, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience and they want to like do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem, and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. It's an interesting kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a Nazirite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessius Florus, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem and the temple. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as among the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was some dozen years her junior. That itself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a beleaguered and conquered people, and said that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. You recall that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and the Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating, exceptional individual in the sense that, she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved with marriages for setting, relationships between territories and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with, huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. I mean, her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final exceptional individual. We looked at Bruria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high-level political activity as a Jewish princess or even queen. And now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. Now, speaking about a woman named Babata, I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Babata that goes into this in much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the human remains, female remains, would have been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents that all link to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? They were in a polygamous relationship, not unheard of at that time. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the care of apotropai, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrest it from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents, our passports and things like that, in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her life and activity, and it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the 2nd century who was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charge of her life, and she was clearly an agent involved in her life. So we should not imagine, by Babata's example, that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There are some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba, because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command. So perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important, detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so we this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it reveals some startling things. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the Babata archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women into the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much for watching. At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. This has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really, we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile. In Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazic pronunciation, galus, that Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a little bit of a misnomer, because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the also limited population transfers that happened under the Assyrians and the Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery. But the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel, hence the experience as a galut, as an exile nation. It's worthy pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state, meaning theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You'll recall that the first Roman-Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that encircle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galil to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved, in particular, north to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew. And so renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire, though. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia. That is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, in the Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities, Turene, in the context of the Quitos rebellion a little while ago. And there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spends some time there unwillingly, as it happens, after the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You'll see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine, until I looked a little more carefully, and I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I think I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have, the cities of Cairo and Alexandria and so on. So there is a very important a Jewish military colony in Elephantine, and we're going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when King Menashe of Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see that little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depths, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition, and that's where robbers would lie in wait and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost there. Now, we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in papyri and in ostraca, right? Those bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction, the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, and in Samaria, that would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider, of course, valid. The Arak el Amir in Jordan, and Leontopolis, which would be in Egypt, under Chonya. He's referred to as Chonya in the Talmud, Onias IV. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our area of exploitation today. We have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the blocks and check off the Kranjak test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Mibtachia. which seems to be related to the word batach, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 type of construction engineers or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region, not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tamut. Tamut is definitely not a Hebrew name because in Hebrew the word Tamut means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That it was certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name, and he in fact owned their son, whose name was Pilti. If Anania were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, would get the child. The whole thing is really bizarre. Also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Tamut could just start a divorce on her own, which is something that rabbinic law does not permit. Lots more to say about that. I hope to come back to it in maybe in the medieval period when we look at women in Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism and was especially influential in the early church. There's a funny story about how the Septuagint was written. According to the legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hutner, who was a very important Rosh Hashiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on anything, that's a miracle, right? Anyways, I thought that was funny. By the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood, which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the local Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexander, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in a new society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in the Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tensions between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, interesting idea, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered, places where you should not transgress and you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were, mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora in antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced, because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise many Jews, the majority, still remain behind in Israel. Now, here's a look at a map, and you can see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called simply Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to be carried away captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. this is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile, this galut, this diaspora, to use a neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worshipped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that, much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific base. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, was not interested in taking care of them in an exiled land. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their newfound exilic condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Murashu archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Murashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right, means God-given. That's right. They all like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al-Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish. And there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Murashu archive was unearthed. One of the things I find really amazing about the Murashu archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel. My father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov, right? Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. The reasons for the distinction I'm not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individuals named and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature, you can see that there's a real seam that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names. as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something that's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Chana Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there is a real Teshuvah movement, and they start giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Morasho archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt. We see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherding. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? With David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this archive. So much stuff to talk about. I wish we had more time. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylonia, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called nechute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about Babylonia. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exilarch, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They'll really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Neharda named Ananias and Asineus, who decided to just go off on their own and create for about 15 years their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it'll take us too far away from our topic. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about diaspora coming up. Thank you for watching. Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula that's shaped like a boot. And I said that in a Canadian way. I hope you recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century. And then, of course, after Alexander, there's much more of a presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected. And there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when, transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and the Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. So there's generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well that you can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. And this was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly. But certainly for men, it means circumcision. Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so, you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, what is the problem? It's so basic. I've often compared this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became an emblem of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism. And you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating, I've got to talk about it here, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs, and they are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud, it's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the Yortzeit, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Kind of spooky by modern sensibilities, but nevertheless really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated, like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You can see he's patting a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of pathos across 2 millennia. And the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the images. It's really cool to look at these catacombs, and there's so much research that can be derived from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV, who was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms proseuche, or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In a previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this. There's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is nia, and then a new word, salo, something missing, nula, and then a word an, uno, mens, cuatro, die, uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters Nia, Junia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day. Baby. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region.
Dude, this shit sucks.
Wow, I can't wait to get back to talk about this some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of the diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some concluding sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which will begin right after that. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm currently unable to handle this request. Maybe they're doing some kind of fucking update or some shit. I don't know.
So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half-citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think correctly, figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome.
Dude, why isn't there just like a fucking button that's just like, hey, don't leave. I don't want to leave this fucking page.
So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location.
Playlists? Oh, Doug.
Most horse shit in this thing about Sizzy. This page isn't working.
Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Koren Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey, History of the Jews, for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available, because I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet, and I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think, and if you have any questions or suggestions, and then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean? They look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. You can see here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we can learn some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is oriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's got some boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left that would connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee, or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself, and the city of Jerusalem with the Cardo Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes, because you can see the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on these farms, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replaced them obviously with other mosaic tiles. A fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing, obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, at the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 115 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas with Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is sort of hatched, that is on the lower left side. Also, really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, you know, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. Here's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary time? If you look at this satellite view, you can see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel, of sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those three continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land route. If we look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down flattened U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it says in Hebrew Mitzrayim, or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta, where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iraq and Kuwait. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamos. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile, settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top and then down into Israel. This is, in fact, the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north through Syria and down into Israel. But we'll talk about that in a later lecture. Here is a roadmap of the ancient world where you get to see the actual routes that they would take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or in Hebrew, Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you would go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you would basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed the relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the great Arabian Desert. It's much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded. And of course, that becomes a political question as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context that we're going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It is the center, really, of three major world faiths, Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. Have a look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Binting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that captured ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history. Like a clover leaf. And if we zoom in here on Jerusalem, we get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the region. You can see the three crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish History Lab. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. So I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in the land of Israel. It's important here that we should distinguish three different types of, let's call them chronological analyses for the time being. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable. And then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents, because historians, we like to work with texts, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, you know, like in cuneiform or in hieroglyphics, and you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of the kind of things that we prefer to work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, you have what's often called prehistory, which means what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written record of what may have been written down but simply did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to feel distinctly uncomfortable. You got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that there is history, before that proto-history, before that prehistory. And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year that was celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October of 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year 1 until you get to the 2nd century, when an important rabbi, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, that is the 2nd century of the Common Era, meaning about the year 160 or so of the Common Era, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta authored a text called Seder Olam Rabbah. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And what the author of Seder Olam Rabbah did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the gaps, like figuring out how old this person was and how old this person was, and added them all up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generation dispersal happen, and things like that. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that the universe is considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I am not a rabbi. I am just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question here, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do we read the Seder Olam Rabbah, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you have a look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it is so fascinating, The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Natan Slifkin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way. But there are even some fascinating earlier opinions as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first 5 books of Moses and some of the early prophets, like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and into Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis, that's generally understood to be around the beginning of the 2nd millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that off to another lecture because there's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty, and although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as these remarkable stone hand axes used by primitive peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. So we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the earliest peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, she discovered these remarkable mortar and pestles. You can see there's a little bit of grain on the left, and you would like take that pestle and you would grind it up. It's actually quite tactile. You can actually imagine ancient hands, actually grinding grain to flour. This remarkable tiny sculpture from Ein Sachri is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover, fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in with this grave, which is believed to be of an ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography, and they remind me of the Nazca sand drawings in Peru. So T.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stones that seem to be quite deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what it's like from the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like in some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. And in fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would, find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would be driven further and further into the kite until, and here we look at it from the point of view of a hunter, there would be hunters hiding behind this little gathering at the back, which would of course be a killing floor and would provide a lot of protein for the diet of the hunters involved in this. I mean, it's just amazing and bizarre kind of things that were happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this stuff. Oh my gosh. Some of the most fascinating things are discovered in the region of Jericho and the Judean hills. In particular, the discovery of these plastered human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their home. So you can see sometimes they had plaster on top of them, and sometimes they had specific decorations, like the use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps this was associated with some kind of ancestor worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trepanation, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure, maybe it was some kind of cultic practice, who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. It's hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled at the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham and what that says for the beginnings of Jewish history there. Thank you very much for watching.
Hey, everybody. Yo, dog. I would like to have a mode that replays a playlist on YouTube. Oh, that's the most fucking ridiculous shit I've ever heard. Dumbest fucking suggestion ever. There's the fucking
Before
door.
we begin
Get
to
out of here.
approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away. And it's true on a personal level. I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective, because I am not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say no problem, but it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback who was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great. This is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare described actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I? How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shana Punnan, his visage. That's based on something called the Chandros portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but it's generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction, it's for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history, but it's like a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher criticism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data, and who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Study. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes caricaturized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all. And it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major proponents of the Copenhagen School. But definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament.
Look at this
And
athleticism.
perhaps
That's
the
pretty
greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here.
Rothschild.
What a monstrous
Why not,
brick of a
baby?
tome this is.
Look
You
at
can
this
see I've taken
athleticism.
A lot of notes because it is absolutely
We got a
fascinating.
future
And over the
six-star here,
course of a
folks.